over Charlie Dempsey, he can leave. He'll actually be able to leave No Quarter Catch Crew, which I find a little strange, honestly, because it's kind of come out of nowhere. It's kind of come out of nowhere that he wants to leave. So that was a bit jarring, but nowhere near as jarring as seeing JC Jane become the new women's champion. Again, very much out of nowhere. Slap took place at Battleground backstage. That got her an opportunity for the title, and it was an opportunity that she was able to take. Obviously, we know that she was able to take that opportunity and capitalize because of Stephanie being called up. So we know why they did it. That's no great mystery, but still surprising. Still one of the most surprising moments of the year by far, but really good. I mean, I'm not down on it, so really, really good. So I'm sure we're going to be hearing from her tonight. And of course, we got a TNA Championship match as well, because Trick Williams is going to be taking on Mike Santana. So we've got that as well. So a few things for us to look forward to on this show. Should be a decent little NXT tonight. We're not going home for anything, so there's no, well, we're going home, I suppose, for Worlds Collide, but that's a weird little show, isn't it? We haven't really done a great deal of building for that show. We've just sort of put a few matches together, so we could get some segments connected with that. But I don't know. I don't see that as a show that's going to like derail this episode. I don't see that as a show that's really going to get in the way of this week's NXT. So it should be a fairly standard week. And then, yeah, there will be the odd little bit for Worlds Collide. But, yeah, not like we're building towards Stand and Deliver or something like that. We're not building towards, you know, Deadline. And we've got to do an Iron Survivor qualifier and stuff like this. So, yeah, should be a decent show. Should be a pretty normal NXT. So, looking forward to that. Octavia, Lisa, shout out to you, said, community, family, please hit that like button. Let's show some love. Well, just being here is you showing love, and I appreciate it. Martin, Wendy Lucho said, Trick versus Santana should be fantastic. Yeah, do you know, I thought he looked good, Santana. I thought he looked good last week. And so I'm definitely down for seeing him and Trick this week. I don't think Santana wins, but I do like to do a little poll. I like to obviously keep you guys involved as much as possible. So we do our match scores, but let's do a poll and see if you lot think that we could get a new champ tonight. So who wins? Is it going to be Trick? Well, actually, let's change that. Who leaves as TNA champion? Because someone could win, but they could win by count out and DQ and whatever. So who leaves as TNA champion? Is it going to be Trick or is it going to be Mike Santana? So yes, that's obviously a big match that we've got coming up tonight. TNA Championship on the line. George, shout out to you, said miss y'all days. George, shout out to you, buds. Hope everything's well. But howdy days and chat. Queuing up Netflix for NXT, said AB. AB, hello, my friends. Dort Knight said, be aware Days might need to leave the stream to move a bookcase or chest of drawers, said Dort Knight. Well, I'm not aware of that, to be honest, but there is a lot of stuff like that kind of going on at the moment. My dad is retired now. He worked at the weekend and he's done. And so, like, we've been doing little bits like trying to set the printer up, which should be easy, but we're just struggling to connect to the Wi-Fi because the Wi-Fi only covers part of the house, not the part where he's put the printer. So he's kind of trying to turn this room into a bit of it. We've got a junk room, which is very small, but he's going to try and put his computer in there and a printer in there. So he's trying to turn it into a bit of a study. So, which is fine, but it's like the Wi-Fi doesn't reach. So I've been faffing around with that. And this is what my life is going to be like now for the next month or so, of like these kinds of little things getting in the way, which is why it's good and bad, because it means that I am obviously going to have a little bit less time to kind of do some bits and bobs on the channel. But once we get through this little periods, hopefully he'll get done what he needs to get done, and then we can start using him for, as we've said, help. So definitely one of the projects I want to give him is merch. So I definitely, because that's something that I've been asked for on a fairly consistent basis. It's not like every stream, but, once a month, something like that, 10, 12 times a year, I'll have people asking me about merch. So definitely going to speak to him about that and see if we can get some progress made there. But yeah, you'll have to bear with, because he's all a bit, like that at the moment. It's such a big change if you retire. It really is. I mean, he used to go to work every day and like stay at work as well, because he worked in hotels. So for him to just be at home for each day is just like jarring. It's weird, It's strange. So there's a bit of adjustment going on. Nick the Train Guy said, Daze, are we interested in the possibility of sponsoring a duck as a community thing? It could be called Ducky Days, and we can pay for it with memberships and save it from grannies. Well, to be honest, I'm hoping to save more than just one duck by spreading the words, So I don't know if it's a duck that needs to be sponsored. I think it might need to be a full-on campaign to really spread the word and educate people about not giving bread to ducks. There might even be some people here that weren't with us the other day, but we found out, scientifically proven, that if you give bread to ducks, it is not good for them, because you are filling the duck up, right? So that means it's less likely to eat other things, and there is no nutrients for the duck in the bread. So it is basically eating rubbish, not getting the nutrients it needs day after day after, because everyone takes bread for ducks. So they're just not getting what they need day after day after day after day after day. This is a real problem. We can't even joke about this. There are ducks literally dying because of 5-year-old girls and boys and 85-year-old women, right? That are just killing ducks. So sponsoring one duck is just a drop in a pond. Yeah, it's not gonna solve this issue. We need to, if we are gonna launch such a campaign, we've got to go big. Got to go big, and we've got to spread the words. And I'm doing my bit right now by letting you lot know. So I expect you to tell at least 2 friends, and then those 2 friends tell 2 friends, those 2 friends tell 2 friends, and eventually all the ducks will be saved. They can then rise up and overthrow us all. And ultimately, these streams might be hosted by several ducks standing on each other's shoulders. Can't rule that out. And I think they would do a better job. Hard Bobinger said, what do we think the plans are for the TNA title? If Trick retains, then who's going to take it off him? And would it be a TNA show pay-per-view? I mean, I don't watch TNA, so I don't know if there's like someone there ready that is kind of can be that hero. I think this is a bit delicate, because if I was booking, I would have Trick being a little disrespectful for TNA, but nothing too far. I mean, I am sitting Trick down, and I'm saying to him, we don't want to jeopardize the relationship. So we don't want the fans hating on NXT, right? But we do want the fans hating on you. So we want you to kind of cause a bit of trouble and to go off on the TNA fans, right? But you've got to be very careful that you don't get the heat onto NXT. I want the heat on you, because we obviously value the relationship. So we're not looking to cause any trouble. Like, we don't want TNA fans hating NXT. But we do want them hating you, because the play or the plan is that TNA have got a star. that they want to save the day. TNA have got someone coming through that maybe has not been a champ before. Think about like a Daniel Bryan type or a Sami Zayn type or a Kofi Kingston type, like a babyface who is going to rise up and stand up for TNA, save the day, and, maybe it'll be their first title run. I mean, I would look for a new challenger. I think this would be a great way of bringing in someone new. You could go back to Joe Hendry, but honestly, I don't think Joe needs it. I think Joe is over and popular with the belt or without the belt, right? He's had a run with the TNA title. He's been the TNA champion. You can always go back to Joe, but I think he's fine. I think that the box is ticked. So you can always go back to Joe. He's probably the front runner, but it's a shame, actually, that Joe... It's a shame that Joe isn't the guy that can get the belt off Trick and be champ for the first time. It's a shame that this isn't how Joe becomes the champ. It would be better if Trick had just beat Moose, right, to become the champ. And he'd just beaten Moose, and now Joe was going to be the one to get it. That's where it works for me. So I suppose, you could go back to Joe, but really, if you go back to Joe, the only problem with that is that you're just going back to where you started. You've not massively kind of achieved anything other than Trick winning and creating that buzz. You're just putting the belt back onto Joe Hendry. I would be tempted to find someone that's kind of rising. I like what Mike Santana was saying, where he's like, I'm not going to allow you to disrespect TNA. We're proud over there about what's been built. And it was like the rah-rah speech. And I was like, yeah, that's how it should be. So my TNA knowledge is obviously limited because I don't watch the show. So I don't know if there's a person that's kind of coming to mind. But yeah, I would not have it be an NXT talent. I would have it be a TNA talent. I would have the title change on the TNA show. I think if I put myself in TNA fans' shoes, I would not be thrilled at having an NXT talent as my champion. That's not something that I would personally enjoy, because I would see them as an outsider. They're not someone that is signed under a TNA contract. They're not someone that I've been able to watch and enjoy. I mean, imagine if someone from AAA comes over and wins the title in NXT, and we haven't really watched AAA and we don't really know them. You might have seen them a few times, but there's no guarantee that those TNA fans watch NXT. There's no guarantee of that. So, they might have seen Trick a few times if they've tuned into NXT to watch Joe Hendry or whatever, but they might not be they might not care, And so it'd be like Psycho Clown coming over and winning the flipping NXT title. You'd be like, okay, but you definitely want that back on an NXT talent, or I would. I'd want to get that back on an NXT talent. So I think, I don't think it's disrespect. I don't think we've disrespected TNA, but I think that we run the risk of disrespecting TNA if we then have an NXT talent win the belt from Trick, and it happens on an NXT show. All of a sudden, your top title is swapping hands amongst some other brand's promotion on a different brand. And it's like, I wouldn't love it. Honestly, again, put yourself in their shoes. The NXT title goes to AAA. Psycho Clown's got it. Then he drops it to Wagner Jr. And then he drops it to flipping someone else over there. Do you know what I mean? You'd be like, can we have our belt back? Excuse me, mister. Can we have our ball back, please? Can we have our belt back, please? So, yeah, I think, we did it. It made a noise. It was historic. I think, yeah, have someone rise up, defend the honor of TNA, get the belt off Trick. Should be a TNA talent on a TNA show. And, yeah. And hopefully, it's all seen as positive by both sides at the end. At the end, hopefully, it's seen as constructive, and it's seen as like, well, it created a buzz for TNA. I know James is there. I know James is a big TNA fan, and he said, in his perspective, it's all good as long as it like works for TNA and it promotes TNA and it gets new eyes on TNA. And so I'm in total agreement. You know, I want it to work for NXT. I want it to work for TNA. I want it to be a case that, you know, none of the fans feel cheated, none of the fans feel like disrespected, and it's positive. So yeah, I think I would be really cautious if I was booking this. I'd be really careful. I'd be like kind of on eggshells. Like I don't want TNA fans being upset with NXT. I don't want them feeling like they're being made fools of, or, you know, being taken for a ride or disrespected or anything. So I'd say to Trick, look, you do what you need to do with getting some heat on you, because they're going to build up such and such to get that belt from you. So you need to heal it up a bit on TNA. And that way someone's going to kind of knock you down a peg. But please don't do anything that's going to put that heat onto NXT. We want those fans kind of enjoying this relationship. So, yeah, good question, that. Robin said hello from Sweden. Hello, Sweden. God, this feels like the Eurovision. I hope you're doing well. What do we think about in depth? What do you think about the depth of the NXT women's division now that the 4 big call-ups? Who will take that next step? Obviously, JC is the new champ. Robin, hello, my friends. Hello, Sweden. I've never been to your wonderful country, but I would like to visit, actually. I would like to visit. Yeah, brilliant question, that. Really brilliant question. My honest answer to that is, I think you can't really praise the depth of NXT as much as what everyone has, and then be, you know, upset or crying about it once you lose 4 people. You know, granted, Jordan, Roxanne, Julia, Stephanie are 4 massive names to lose, and of course it has an impact. But I think it would be wrong to sit here now and say that it's decimated, it's, you know, it's done, there's nothing there. I mean, it's just not true as well. So I've not seen anyone in our community saying this. I have seen the odd tweet, of course, as you can imagine. But yeah, I think the depth obviously is not as deep anymore, but still in a really good place. JC as champion, I love. I know there was people down on it. I love it. I think it's a genius booking move. I think it is so clever, because she is not the person that is at the front of the queue. If you take those 4 women away, you take away Jordan, you take away Julia, you take away Stephanie, you take away Roxanne, and you look at everyone that's left, I don't think the name that comes to mind first would be JC Jane, right? I don't think her name, she would be in the conversation, but I don't know her name would come out first. A lot of people might say Sol Ruka. Some people might say Jada Parker. Some people might say Lola Vice. I'm not sure, but I don't think JC's name would be first. She's in the conversation. She's in the mix. She's been around for quite a while. She's a decent promo. She's fine in the ring. I don't think she's really excelling with I don't think she's excelling in any area. I don't think she's excelling in a promo, in a matches, in a character work, but she's not under-delivering either, right? It's one of those where it doesn't feel like it's quite clicked. It doesn't feel like the pieces have all fallen into place quite yet. It feels like she's still a work in progress. If she got called up, I would be waiting for creative to help her find her groove. She can wrestle, she can promo, she's got a look, she's in a faction, this Fatal Influence group. It just feels like there's something missing with JC, which is why we've not been seeing her get the same opportunities as Jada Parker or Sol Ruka or Kalani Jordan. Just feels like something's missing. So, but she's in the conversation. I think this is genius, because we could now put this belt on her and see, is that going to be the missing piece of the puzzle. Does it click now? Sometimes you can put a belt on someone, make them champion, put the spotlight on them, and they're forced to put it together and shine, right? What is she going to be like now as champion with the girls clearly backing her up? All of a sudden now, there's no power struggle in Fatal Influence. There is an out-and-out leader, and that, of course, is the women's champion. So all of a sudden, the dynamic of that group makes sense. You know, there's been squabbling between JC and Fallon. Well, that's sorted because she's got the belt now. So she should be front and center. She should be the leader. She's got the girls that are going to, you know, help support her. So that dynamic now is like much cleaner, makes more sense. You know, all of a sudden now she's got something to get her teeth into. Her promos are going to, you know, have a bit more purpose to them. She's going to have people coming after her. You know, is this going to force her into a groove? Is this going to force her to put it all together, tighten everything up, find her feet a bit more? So I love the booking for that regard. I also love the booking because if we was to talk about who's next after those four that have gone, you might go Jada Parker. You might go Lola Vice. Well, all of a sudden, these women have got someone to chase. They've got someone to go after. You can do Jada Parker trying to win the belt from JC Jane. You can do Kalani Jordan trying to get the belt from JC Jane. You can do Sol Ruka or Zarya trying to get the belt from JC Jane. All of a sudden, these names that might feel a little bit ahead in the queue have got someone to try and go after to try and win this belt. So I like it in that regard as well. I think it really helps JC, really helps Fatal Influence, and I think it gives these women someone to chase, someone to go after, and the money's in the chase. Putting the belt on Jada Parker, where does she go from there apart from exploring what it's like to be champion? You know, it makes sense to have her trying to be champion. And, you know, that could be a match we get down the road, Jada Parker versus JC Jane. I wouldn't be surprised, actually, because the women now kind of feels like there's this big void with those four gone. I wouldn't be surprised if you see some multi-women matches. You know, you might want to really showcase the who's left. You might want to do Zarya versus Kalani versus Jada versus Lola and really put them out there and go, you know, winner gets the next title shot. Fatal 4-way, winner gets the next title shot. It'll be a showcase for the women. Show the world what you can do, what you've learned. Show them why you deserve to be at the top of this division. They go out there. Hopefully they cook. And the winner then gets to face the champ, JC Jane. I think that's great, intriguing. Depth-wise, I think clearly it's took a hit. But honestly, I think we're fine. I think we're absolutely fine. Because you've got Zarya, you've got Sol Ruka, Kalani, JC. I think Jasmine's got real potential. I really like Jasmine Nix. I think Jasmine's good. So you got her. I can't even remember who I've mentioned, but I could easily fill up 10 fingers with good quality female talent. Not world-renowned female talent. We don't have world-renowned female talent because a lot of the names I'm mentioning have been kind of built in-house, trained in-house. You know, Jada Parker, I think, came from a soccer background. Jasmine Nix, I don't know what she did, but I don't think she was on the indie scene. So, you know, we don't have loads of, like, world-renowned talent now. That's missing. But do we have good wrestlers? Do we have good future superstars? Do we have good potential? Yeah, of course we do. Sol Ruka, Kalani Jordan. Fantastic. Zarya came from the indie scene. She came in with some buzz, didn't she? She came in with a bit of momentum, and then we threw it all away. I don't know why we did that, but we threw it all away. As like she was meant to be like this beast, this badass. She has this badass entrance, and then she's like just chatting backstage in the locker room. No idea why we did that. No idea. I feel like we were sold a bill of goods that just never kind of came to fruition. But well, we can get back to that. Have a turn on Sol Ruka, have her beat her down, and then, you know, have her kind of, you know, be the badass that we thought she was. So Zarya could be a monster in waiting, honestly. Sol Ruka, amazing. Kalani, you know, she's getting there, putting it together. Lola, looks great. And she's fun. Jada, really like Jada. Got loads of time in the world for her. We can always call up Kylie Ray. Wendy Chu obviously can come back around. Kelly Armstrong is the Evolve Women's Champion, so she can always pop in. So Mariah May is potentially coming in, so Mariah can be added. We might go and look and see if we can get someone from Stardom, or more likely Marigold. I don't know of any other talents that are sort of around, apart from that Rio from Progress, who they were really interested in. So they could go and get her. So, yeah, I mean, it's NXT doing NXT things, isn't it? Bringing in great talent, working with them, getting them settled into the system. They go to the main roster. It repeats. So, yeah, no, I think we're in a great place. I think the women's division definitely took a couple of steps back by losing that talent. But the challenge is there now for the talent that's in NXT to step up, fill that gap, fill that void. Daze, I hope we are still friends, said Tyler. I'm not banned, so I guess we're okay. Of course we're okay, Tyler. Of course we're okay. Raven, not so much. Project X said, hello, NXT stream. Project X has got a new member coming into the faction game. We've started a fun campaign with everyone this week with clues and riddles. We hope that you enjoy it. There's 5 clues, 1 mystery. James said Mariah May is going to be amazing in NXT. Oh, yeah, and Martin as well. Good shout. Izzy Dame. I really like Izzy Dame. She's got a good size to her. I like her in the culling. I think that in ring, she doesn't blow my mind. But she is someone that has got a good size, good potential. I'm sure they're working hard with her. And she's someone, I mean, Lash Legend as well is another name I didn't mention. Thea Hale still feels like there's a lot of work to be done, to be honest. So I don't know that I see her near the, like, they have her in the mix, don't they? But she's got the Kimura, and she can do a few bits and bobs. Ren Sinclair is great. She's, again, in a group, kind of pushed to the side. We can pull that trigger if we need to now. So Ren can get into the mix. So actually, if you look at Lash and Ren, and you look at Thea and Izzy, added to the names that we just said of Jada, Lola, blah, I ain't going to repeat them all again. Yeah, it's hard to sit here and say that the women's division is not still in a fantastic place. I mean, we praised the depth and said it was one of the best women's divisions we've ever seen. And I think it just goes to show, doesn't it, that you take the 4 biggest names and the 4 biggest stars out, and it's still so good. It's still so impressive. Great idea, Bryn. Where's Bryn? Bryn, what is your great idea? Tricker's TNA World Champion should eventually lead to NXT versus TNA. That would be a great way to promote both bands and put on amazing dream matches. Nick Nemeth, the Hardys, and Masha Slamovich, etc. Definitely agree. That's something that we've been waiting for so long. Yeah, I don't know. I hope that's what it leads to. I mean, yeah, I'm completely in agreement with you. But that's something that we've been waiting for, like this sort of like worlds collide between those 2 brands. So if this is the vehicle to get us to that, yeah, sign me up. We've got to be a little careful, though, because you don't want TNA fans hating on NXT, and you don't want NXT fans hating on TNA, because you do want those fans tuning into each other's show. So I feel like it's a difficult one where you want to sort of build up the rivalry, but you want to do it in a bit of a healthy way where you don't alienate people from tuning into the other promotion's show. It's tricky, that. It's really hard. It's a tricky one to sort of build. So, I don't know. People would approach that in different ways. Some people would go really hard, build up the issues, the aminosity. I can't even think to say the word. Aminosity. Shut up. So they would build that up, and they would have have it quite heated, and then try and show respect after. Like two boxers that hate each other and build up the hype, and then afterwards hug and shake hands and go, "Yeah, didn't mean it." So you could take that approach, but I think it's maybe a bit of a gamble. You might take a short-term hit for some long-term benefit with that approach. Or you just tread carefully, try not to be too disrespectful, try and keep it friendly, and try and make sure that people don't hate the other brand. Hard, to be honest. That would be a tricky one to kind of have as a project. I always like to think that if you was to join creative and they were to be like, right, here's your first job, okay? And they're like, we want you to build Worlds Collide between NXT and TNA, you'd be like, okay, yeah, no problem. I don't want this job. Oh my God. Yeah. But, I mean, look, it'd be a fun challenge, wouldn't it? And there'd be people that would take different approaches to it. But ultimately, getting that show, I completely agree. We definitely need it. I suppose with wrestling, you just got to make it as fun as possible. And what's the most fun thing? The most fun thing is to go hard in it. The most fun thing is invasions and all that stuff. So I wonder if you do have a bit of short-term pain for long-term gain, but I'd be really concerned that you would be turning, because you know what wrestling fans get like when it gets tribal. You know what it gets like. You know what it's like between WWE and AEW. I mean, you don't really want to encourage that kind of tribalism. So this is why, and that's a hard step down in it. If you have a wrestling fan that hates another promotion and throwing shade and all that, it's going to be really hard for them to walk back from that afterwards. Could you imagine WWE and AEW fans coming together now? Like, it just seems very hard to imagine, doesn't it? So, but saying that, WWE fans and TNA fans did not have a great relationship back in the day. And there's clearly been movement there, so it is possible. But yeah, a tricky one to book, I would say. Jay said, what's the WWE AEW match card predictions? Well, I can't... What would the match card be? Don't know. I don't watch AEW, so it makes it a bit tricky. I mean, take their big stars, take our big stars. Done. But to be honest, I don't know that WWE would do it at that level. They might want to do it at the NXT level. No disrespect to AEW, but their views are not in line with Raw or SmackDown. They are closer in line to NXT. So if I'm WWE, and the opportunity presents itself, I might do it at the NXT level. It depends what the relationship is. If WWE buys AEW, let's say that happened, right? It wouldn't, but let's say it did. Then that's obviously different because it's in WWE's interest to, really put on the best show possible, whatever. But I don't know, if it was like an agreement, like with the agreement we've got with TNA, then they might pitch it at the NXT level. If I don't need to worry about that and it's just about doing the best card possible, well then, you're going to take Roman, you're going to take CM Punk, you're going to take those people, and you're going to match them up with AEW and their top stars. But I don't know. I don't watch AEW, so it makes it kind of hard to sit and kind of go through. You'd want to take Toni Storm, and you'd want to put her in a match against an EO. Again, just take their top stars, take our top stars. You'd want to take a Roman Reigns, put him in there with an Ospreay, but maybe you'd want to do something better with Ospreay. Maybe you'd want Seth and Ospreay. I mean, I think Seth Ospreay actually makes more sense. Who's their big guy? I mean, they haven't really got anyone, have they? They've got Bobby Lashley, but I mean, you don't want to do Roman Reigns, Bobby Lashley. So, Hangman against Roman doesn't really fill me with much confidence. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't watch AEW, so it makes it kind of hard to pick that side of things. Jay, Tuba said, Daze, hello from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. What are we looking forward to for Money in the Bank? Well, obviously the winners, because I think that the women's match looks brilliant. I think the women's match, you could go in several different directions. We were just talking actually about how would we feel if Julia or Roxanne wins it, because they've only just been called up. So how would we feel about that? And I said, well, I don't mind it. It's not what I'm looking for, because for me, I think Naomi is the pick. I think Naomi is the play. I think that she has changed her character. I think it's in a brilliant place. I love this new version of her. I think her promos are very interesting. I think her social media work's really fun. I think her proceed with caution stuff is really entertaining. I think there's stuff there which is, it's fallen into place. I am enjoying this more than Feel the Glow. So I really like this version of her. She's also someone that has been on the main roster a long time. She has had world title runs, but not loads. And she's always felt a bit like the bridesmaid rather than the bride. She's finally got a character that is clicking and working. And I think, honestly, if you go with a Stephanie or a Julia or a Roxanne, you are really going with someone that's going to be the future. But, I don't know, we run the risk of throwing away some really good work that's being done by some of the older stars. You know, I mean, like, I don't think we should have thrown away Natalia as quick as we seemingly have. You know, she's just gone to Bloodsport and shown that this Natty character has got some legs, has got some ability. And I think we might even see that character tomorrow on Evolve, because she teased that she was not going to be disrespected. She said Natalia might be take that, but Natty won't. And so she's sort of teasing that we might get that Bloodsport character. We might get that NWA version of Natty coming to Evolve, which would be so good, because I really want to see that version in WWE. I don't like the smiley, hey everyone, how you doing? I don't like that version of Natalia. It's not getting anywhere. It's a dead gimmick. It's not working. So I want that change, and I want to see Natty. So yeah, I think that Naomi has just changed her gimmick, and it's great, and it's working, and I think she's one of the best heels in all of WWE at the moment. So I would like to see that rewarded, honestly. Rather than a Stephanie or a Julia that is going to get loads of opportunities in the future and have only just been called up. If I had to go with one of the new girls, it might be Roxanne. She's been around a little longer than Stephanie and Julia. She was obviously in the Rumble and at Elimination Chamber. She's been in NXT longer. She's been in the system longer. If I had to choose one, I'd go Roxanne. But honestly, yeah, Naomi for me. But honestly, I think that women's match is so good. There won't really be any tears for whoever they go with. I don't think they go Alexa. I don't think that's what they're looking for. But yeah, there's lots of good options there. So what am I most excited for? It ain't John Cena Logan. I can tell you that. I'm not interested in that match. Really don't care about that match at all. So the whole Cody stuff, I mean, it'll be a big deal and we'll watch it and we'll have fun with it. But yeah, I ain't massively bothered by that. It's definitely who's going to win the Money in the Bank ladder matches. I think the women's looks really good. I think the men's feels like it's Seth, because he's the big name. It's kind of like Seth, and then you've got all these people that are kind of mid-card, which I really like to see. I like to see these kind of mid-carders battling to get an opportunity. So I know it's not the most exciting lineup. I know the women's is more exciting, but Seth feels like the pick. He feels like the obvious pick because he's the biggest star by a mile in the match. But, you know, people have said, what if CM Punk gets involved and takes him out? What then? And again, on the member stream, we were just saying, I think they might want to break into Mexico with Worlds Collide, AAA, all the opportunities that are coming up. And so if they do want to break into Mexico, do you go Penta? Do you go Andrade? LA Knight is there as well, but I don't know that they go LA Knight. I don't know that LA Knight is the pick. He's done the mid-card stuff. and he's gone through the system the right way. He's done NXT, gone to the main roster, got over with the crowd, gone through the mid card. He's doing everything the right way. He's popular, so I can't say he is not worthy, but I don't know. I don't know that he is someone that... I certainly don't see him being WWE champion at the moment. I could see him competing for the World Heavyweight Championship. If Gunther was champion and LA Knight stepped up to try and take the belt off him, I could see that. But I just don't know. I don't know that that's the direction I'd be looking to go. Seth feels like the win. Seth has got to be the favourite, but there could be a swerve. CM Punk could take him out, and then it will actually be really interesting who it is that wins it. I do wonder about Andrade Penta and Mexico and everything that's happening there. There are rumours of a big Mexican show in the works. So, again, with that being said and known, it just kind of further cements the idea that they go in that direction. So, yeah, those two matches definitely are the ones that I'm most engaged with. I actually don't mind Becky Lyra. I know we've seen it before. I think I enjoyed it last time. I thought it was really fun. So I'm definitely down for seeing that again. That's not a chore for me. Sometimes where you get these feuds and they face several times, it's like, oh, God, again. But actually with this one, I don't feel that way. I'm quite happy to watch it again. I think like their matches are pretty fun. I enjoy watching them, so I don't have an issue with that. I can't remember the rest of the cards. I don't think Jay's not on that show, is he? Because he's actually facing Gunther the Monday, isn't he? So we don't have that. So neither world titles on the line. Because John's in the tag match. That's it. There's 4 matches. I thought there was a 5th, honestly. I thought there was another match that I was forgetting. But no, that's all there is on Wikipedia. The 2 ladder matches, the tag match, Becky Lyra. It does feel like there needs to be another match added there. It does feel like there should be 5. But, I know that people aren't, like, giddy about the show. There's been plenty of people, like, not fussed about it. But they are. I mean, it's Money in the Bank. It's a bigger show. They are. They do want to know who's going to win and what's going to happen. But, I don't know. It probably feels like there's a big, juicy world title match missing, I would say. You know, Roman versus someone, or Cody versus a good challenger that could beat him. You know, that feels like it's missing, doesn't it? We've got John in a tag match, and we've got no, Jay Gunther on this would make sense. Jay versus Gunther on this would probably make sense. And I don't know that Gunther wins, but Jay Gunther on this is probably what's missing. But I wonder if, like, the problem is that Gunther's probably not winning. I mean, Jay is over getting great reactions. I'm sure the numbers are still with Jay. So I wonder if the problem is that Gunther's just not going to get that belt back. A lot of people are thinking that the cash-in will happen on Monday. A lot of people are thinking that whoever wins on Saturday cashes in Monday, which absolutely could be the call. So, yeah, Money in the Bank thoughts. I need to get my predictions done now that it's sorted. But as an overview, that's kind of who I'm looking at. I'd like it to be Naomi. I think she might be the favourite. Rhea could be the favourite, though. Can't rule Rhea out. We could have Mommy in the Bank. But I'd prefer it to be Naomi, because Rhea's going to get opportunity in the future. And Seth has got to be the favourite. But I don't mind, honestly, them going Penta or Andrade. I don't mind LA Knight, but there's others ahead of him. So there we go. Bubba Joe said, am I the only one disappointed with the Money in the Bank men's? The women's is stacked, but the men's seems like there's no good candidates besides LA. I am a disappointed, yes. I mean, if I could pick it myself, I would have Finn Balor in there. I would have Sami Zayn in there. I feel like there's a level of people that are missing. I don't mind Solo being in there, but I don't think anyone's really looking for Solo to win. But like Solo, it kind of feels like he's never been world champion, so you know, him being ready for that world champion level. I mean, Solo winning the IC title doesn't do much for him, does it? I mean, he was in a feud with Roman, battling to be tribal chief. So him going after the US title isn't really it. For me, he should be looking at a world heavyweight championship. So I don't think he wins, but I don't mind him being in there. LA Knight, as you said, I have no problem him being in there. Sammy, I think, would have been good in there. Finn Balor, I think, would have been really good in there. Penta, I don't mind being in there. I think Penta's okay. He's going to provide some fun, isn't he? Seth, I think, is fine being in there. I wouldn't have minded if it was Bron Breakker. If you'd have put Bron Breakker in there, that would have been okay. But Seth, yeah, big name. You can put him in there. I think I would change Andrade and definitely El Grande Americano. Maybe if you took Andrade out and El Grande out, put in Sammy and Finn, maybe then it starts to look different. Because then you've got Penta, LA Knight, Seth, Finn, Sammy, and Solo. And that feels stronger to me. That feels better to me. I feel like we don't see Andrade very much. El Grande has kind of run out of steam. And I think they're the ones that are bringing that match down. So, yeah, I would tweak it, to be honest. But I do like the fact that it's not Roman, Punk, and it's all just the big names. It would make the show feel bigger. But those are names that are going to get opportunity anyway. So, you know, imagine if it was Cody, Roman, Punk. That's the match that the casual fans would want, because that's the big names all battling in a big juicy match, and it would make the show feel a lot bigger. Make no mistake about that. But those are people that should get opportunity anyway. You know, I think we're all expecting Cody to get a title match at some point this year. We're all expecting CM Punk to get a title match some point this year. No Randy, actually, looking at that. I'm surprised Randy's not in the mix, just to add that little extra star power. I'm surprised Randy's not a name in there. Solo, LA Knight, Penta, Seth, Andrade, El Grande Americano. Do you know, I think on the men's side, there's a little bit of star power missing, but you do have Cody and Cena in that tag match. It's just that tag match sucks. No one cares. Literally no one cares. It would be maybe interesting, and I did say this during the watch-along. Imagine if they said, if you pin one of the champs in the tag match, title changes hands. So if Cody pins Cena, Cody becomes the new WWE champion. If Logan pins Jay, Logan becomes the new world heavyweight champion. If Cena pins Jay, Cena gets both belts. If Jay pins Cena, Jay gets both belts. And, you know, have some along those lines. The way I would do the finish is I would have... I don't know how I'd finish it, actually. I was wondering about Logan pinning Cody. That way no belts change hands. I wouldn't have any belts change hands. But then it means you got to be very careful as to who pins who. You could have Jay pin Logan. If Jay pins Logan, no belts change hands. Cody, Jay win. You could go that way. But I would like the stipulation. It would just add a little extra wrinkle that if someone pins a champion, the belt changes hands. It would add a little extra drama to them. A lot of extra drama, actually. So I think that stipulation would have helped. But they haven't done that because they're boomers. So, yeah, Bubba, I hear you. Moxley Reigns, says Bubba. Oh, for the WWE AEW thing. Yeah, you could do that. Obviously, the history there. We've seen it before, but we haven't seen it for a long time. So, yeah, you could absolutely do that. Craig said Naomi deserves the briefcase, and her having it would be fun. Oh, yeah, I think she'd be a lot of fun. And she'd decorate it as well with, like, the hazard tape, the proceed with caution type stuff. I think she definitely would be fun with that. And I think the case might look like the best one we've had. I can see like the hazard proceed with caution stuff on it. I was just thinking like caution in the bank and stuff like that, and I was like, no, that doesn't really work. But yeah, I think I'd love to see her with it. She deserves that. And can you imagine her, the way that she sort of looks and smiles in that video, that vignette that she did, where she looked like a bit psychotic? Could you imagine her like doing that look and then holding up the briefcase as well? She'd be this menace in the background all the time. Yeah, definitely the direction I'd like to see them go. Marshman said, no one cares about Cena. We're just waiting for the belt to not be held hostage in bad storylines. George said, Jay is winning, periods. David said, heck yeah, I was thinking Roman wouldn't be till SummerSlam. Well, it'd be good to see him this weekend. Some people wondering if he might get involved and be the one that costs Seth. Maybe it's going to be Punk that costs Seth. Is anyone going to cost Seth? I've got to think someone's going to try and cost Seth. Certainly when you heard Sammy talking about how if Seth wins, it's going to be the end of the world. If Seth wins, it's like, you know, the end of WWE. I mean, you can't really make a comment like that and then just sit back and watch and hope he doesn't win. Like, surely people are going to get involved. And if they do, then Braun and Bronson are going to get involved. It's just, does Seth overcome all of that and get the briefcase? Or does he suffer as a result of that, you know? Which way does that go? Don't know. Tricky. He's got to be favourite, but it doesn't mean he wins. Stephanie was favourite last week against JC. Look what happened there. El Grande certainly was not favourite to win the qualifier on Raw last night. Look what happened there. So just because Seth goes in as favourite doesn't mean he wins. There'll be lots of moving parts. Will Roman be one of them? Will Punk be one of them? Daze, what are the thoughts on what the fifth match would be for Money in the Bank? Well, honestly, I'd be looking for star power. I'd be looking to get some names on there that just adds a bit more star power. So if we were going to add another match, Randy would kind of... I'm actually, the more I think about it, the more I'm surprised that we haven't found a way of getting him on. But then saying that, I don't think we've seen him since Backlash, and I wonder if he's suffered any kind of injury. I wonder if there's been any sort of injury there or anything there. But it would have been nice, wouldn't it, to have done something with the Wyatts. Would have been good to have had them on the show, maybe doing something. I don't know if that ticks the star power box, but it definitely would add some intrigue to the show. It feels like the show is missing something, and I think that something might be a world title match. But Tiffany, I don't think, is the biggest name. Maybe you could put Io on, but I don't know that she's the biggest name either. Like, the casual fans know of her, but she's not Randy Orton. You know, Tiffany or Io are not Randy. They're not even Rhea level. So, I don't know if they're going to massively add. And you can't do either of the men's because they're both already in a match. So then you have to think outside of titles and think about just general star power. And, you know, that's where I start to look at like a Randy Orton in particular. So... yeah, I don't know. It becomes a bit tricky, honestly, because you can put matches on. There's feuds that are happening. There's matches that can be made, but do they add to the show? Are they going to get more people to tune in? That's the match that's missing. It feels like a world title match that's missing. It feels like a match that's got some serious stuff. Roman Reigns feels like he's missing. CM Punk feels like he's missing. Randy Orton feels like he's missing. This is what feels like it's missing. I mean, if they were to find a way of getting like names like that on somehow in a fifth match, but it's so late in the day now, you're not going to get Roman in a match, obviously. He might come back on the show, but you're not going to get him into a match before the show. CM Punk probably should be in some sort of match. I mean, maybe if you do CM Punk versus Bron Breakker, CM Punk Bron Breakker, or CM Punk Bronson Reed. And if you could put a stipulation on that, that would be good. But yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? Because really it's so late in the day. We've only got one more main show with the SmackDown, and that's it. So, I mean, to actually try and get some on there now would be a challenge. Again, there's matches you can put on there, but, you know, what benefit is that going to serve if it doesn't have star power attached to it? Because I think what's missing from this cards is, as I said, a world title match. It's big name value. It's your Romans. It's your CM Punks. It's those kind of names that's missing. Even though when you go through the card, there is a Seth, there is a John Cena, there is a Jey Uso, there is a Cody Rhodes, there is a Rhea Ripley, like there is a Becky Lynch. Like there are names in there. It's just they're buried in Money in the Bank matches. It sort of feels a little bit like the Money in the Bank matches sort of don't really count, you know, because they're battling for something in that match, in a multi-person match. I sort of feel like a nice big juicy singles match is needed. We've only got one singles match, and that's Becky Lyra. So we could probably do with another. But this late stage, will they add? How many matches did we have last year? Did they do 5? Yeah, they did. They did. So last year we had Drew winning Money in the Bank. We had Sammy against Bron Breakker for the IC title. We had Damian beating Seth and Drew in a triple threat, which I don't even remember. Damian beating Seth and Drew triple threat for the World Heavyweight Championship. Oh, that was when Drew... Okay. That's why I don't remember it. Because Drew was only in the match because he cashed in. So Drew cashed in to make it a triple threat. Got you. I was like, I don't remember them booking a triple threat, but it wasn't. It was Damian versus Seth, and then Drew cashed in to make it the triple threat. Tiffany won the Money in the Bank ladder match, and it was Bloodline, Solo, Jacob, and Tama taking on Cody, Kevin, and Randy. It's actually not that different. Not that different. There was no... well, I suppose there was Damian Seth, wasn't there? There was a world title match. There wasn't a WWE Championship match. Cody was in that tag match. But we did have Damian versus Seth. So, honestly, I would say this year's card feels the same as last year's card if Jay Gunther was on this year's card. Then I would say it would feel the same as last year. But it's probably a Jay Gunther missing. Interesting. Right, let's get back to the chat. What time is it? Oh my God, we've done an hour. Big Time said Daze SmackDown without NBA competition did 1.3 last week. Raw set a new all-time low of 2.5 million over 7 days. Yeah. To be honest, it's a bit of a slump. It's a little bit of a slump. There's a little bit of a post. I mean, like a lot of those numbers, 2.8, for example. So when they went to Netflix, they did 3.2. Then it went to 2.8 and it seemed to settle, didn't it? I think now we're past WrestleMania and we're past Backlash and whatever. I think it going to 2.5 is probably about right. It's probably to be expected. So... yeah, I can't say that's a massive shock. I'd probably be more surprised if the number was to go up from WrestleMania season. You know, if all of a sudden we were back to doing like 3 point something, like that would be a bit of a surprise. So for it to be about 2.5, this is where I would expect it to hang. I'd expect it to kind of stick at that level. In regards to SmackDown, 1.3. It's a hell of a drop in it from the Fox days, but we knew that USA was going to be a step down. Obviously, you'd like to see that at 1.5. I think it's lower than they're both lower than where you'd want them to be. But equally, is it panic stations? I would say I'm probably more concerned about the SmackDown number than the Raw number. Probably more concerned about SmackDown because the SmackDown number is getting closer towards dipping below 1 million, and that's a concern. That's, you know, we definitely don't want that. We still got a good way to go. I mean, 300,000 is a lot of people, so there's still a good way to go. But yeah, you would like to see that be around 1.5 more than 1.3. But you know, we are past WrestleMania. We just can't keep saying WrestleMania is special and then be surprised when the ratings drop after WrestleMania season. It is special. WrestleMania season is special. The numbers are going to be higher. It is the busiest time of year. This is the quieter time of the year. We should get hopefully a nice little boost again as we build to SummerSlam, and then it will dip off again. Maybe it'll pick up around Survivor Series, but really the best time is WrestleMania season. We say it's special. We get excited for it. Everyone knows WrestleMania season. It means something. It matters. That's where you're going to get like really good ratings. So yeah, those numbers, probably more concerned about the SmackDown one being 1.3. Jazza said Seth will win. Let's not be fooled. Braun and Reed will take everyone out. And when Punk, Zayn and Uso interfere, I think Heyman will have the final card up his sleeve. A returning Yoshi Tatsu. Jazza's called it. Daze, I hope Mariah May can keep the woman from hell gimmick in NXT. That was amazing with Toni Storm, and it made the timeless character what it was. Well, I can't comment too much because I saw clips and I saw, like, I agree with you. I thought she was excellent in that feud. I didn't see any other feud that she was in. I know that feud was a long feud, and I really enjoyed her work. I was trying to keep up with clips. I wasn't tuning into the shows, but there's enough people that put out like big, long clips. I mean, I was seeing all the big promo exchanges, and it was excellent. Yeah, it was excellent. I mean, I don't watch AEW, but I've said I don't mind praising the stuff that I think is really, really good, and I thought that was really, really good. And so I would also like to see her bring that kind of character over. I don't see a need for drastic change. I don't see why you would walk away from a character that's worked. It'd be like Tony coming over and not being timeless. I mean, I can't imagine that now. So I feel like the timeless character's still got so much to explore. It works so well with promos and vignettes, and you know, her in-ring is obviously good, and her ring gear and her presentation and all that stuff. That, I mean, that just feels like a box that is ticked. That is going to be Tony now until this gimmick runs stale, but there's no sign of that. So yeah, I agree with you. I don't see a need to change Mariah May. I think we just keep going with what we've got. And I think what she was doing in AEW was working, and we just keep running with that. I agree. I didn't know, though, that she was called the Woman from Hell. I didn't know that. So you learn something new every day. Blue Will Sonic said, have we ever heard that wrestling fans watching to see Jax on YouTube? I don't know. Blue Well Sonic, if you're going to speak to me about YouTubers, I ain't going to know, but people send me like Wrestle Talk videos and stuff like this, and I mean, I don't watch them because they are, nothing against Wrestle Talk, but they are either talking about news which we're already aware of, or they're just having conversations about wrestling, which is what we do anyway, so I don't engage in that world. We keep ourselves to ourselves, and honestly, I'm quite happy that way. I don't go in for all this influencer nonsense. I'm not interested. I keep my eye on Twitter for the news. I have my own opinions. I don't need to. I mean, like, if I want different opinions, I get yours. I'm not interested in what other influencers are saying, and so I get my news from the sources of Fightful, PW Insider, Dave Meltzer. I've said before, everyone gets their news from there. If you watch WrestleLamia or Wrestle Talk or Cultaholic, you're going to hear PW Insider, you're going to hear Dave Meltzer, you're going to hear all these things. There's no need to watch those videos if you're already dealing with the news from where it comes from. So I don't really need to watch those videos. So no, it's just that, honest, it's not a world I engage in. I don't engage in it. If ever I'm watching YouTube, I might watch like Bruce Pritchard Summit to Wrestle with, because I enjoy. He hasn't done it in a while, but because he's busy. But I enjoy hearing stories from behind the scenes. So, like, podcasts like the Conrad Thompson stuff, any of his kind of shows I find interesting. Listening to JR tell stories from the past, Undertaker's podcast. If I'm going to spend my time on YouTube, that's what I'm going to. I'm going to, those kind of places. I really like Chris Van Vliet. I think he does an excellent job. I think when it comes to interviewing, I think he's absolute top notch. Nothing but respect for him. I'll quite happily watch his stuff. But again, I'm watching his stuff because there's original, new content coming out of it. He's speaking to wrestlers that are giving us stories and are telling us about behind the scenes and stuff like that. So I tend to try and use my time with that. I fill my time with trying to get original content from the source. So be that a podcast, be that an interview. If I'm going to spend my time on something, it'll be those things. But to be honest, I do like to try and get a bit of a different flavor as well. I do like to try and, we talk about wrestling so much. I mean, I just did a member stream where we were talking wrestling. We're now going to do 2 hours talking wrestling. Then we're going to watch NXT for 2 hours. Then I'm going to do an unseen for an hour or, whatever. It's going to take hours to put it together, but I'll record it and it'll be, I don't know, half an hour or whatever. Then we'll do an opinions video, which will take off. And it has a lot of wrestling. Every day, that's a lot of wrestling, talking wrestling. Which is great, and I love it. Of course I do, right? I'd go crazy if I didn't, right? This is the kind of thing that could drive you insane if you didn't enjoy it. So I love it. But yeah, sometimes you're just like, I'm going to put some true crime on. I wonder what's happening with Manchester United right now, sometimes you just need a little bit of a different flavour as well. So to be honest, when it comes to what I consume on YouTube, it's zero wrestling content creators. It is getting information from the source, be that a podcast, be that an interview, or it's a completely different flavor so that I don't drive myself completely insane because, my head might be spinning otherwise. Mark said, hello, Daze and family. Everyone is doing well. We're doing good, buds. We're doing good. We've just been talking a bit of Money in the Bank. Been talking a little bit of NXT, not loads. I did enjoy the women's division conversation that we had. That was good. So we kind of dug into the NXT women's division. We've been talking about Money in the Bank and who's going to win and who we'd like to see win. We've been throwing some thoughts around on that. So yeah, it's been good. I've enjoyed it. Big Time said WrestleNomics are estimating that Raw is maybe hovering around 1 million for US viewers. Obviously, the more the global drops, that's probably going to dip in the US. 2.8 broken down to 1.2 US, says Big Time. Okay. I think the way I look at it is that the premiere for Raw was, I think, 3 point something? And then it really stabilized at 2.8. So I am benchmarking that against that. I'm not really interested in the US number because I don't know what Netflix is like as a platform. We're really the canary in the coal mine when it comes to Netflix. When it comes to doing weekly live content on Netflix, we're stepping into the unknown. No one knew what it was going to do. No one knew what the numbers were going to be like. So we've really stepped into the unknown. So the only number I can benchmark against is where we've been this year. And I know it's been fairly flat for a while at 2.8. So if it was there during WrestleMania season and it's now gone to 2.5, I can understand that. In my mind, I can go, well, we were at 2.8. Should I be shocked that it's now gone to 2.5? No, I should not. It's not WrestleMania season now. So, of course, it's dipped down. So, in my mind, that makes sense. What the US number is, I'm not bothered. Looking at, because I've got nothing to benchmark it against. We can say, when we were on USA Network, we were doing 1.6, 1.5, something like that. But we've gone to Netflix. The numbers have been 2.8 for a long period of time. That would say to me that the US number was, 1.4, something like that, maybe. And now if it's gone down to 2.5, maybe it's now at 1.2, right? But again, we were at 2.8. Now we're at 2.5. Makes sense. I understand it, right? So no panic stations there. We obviously don't want it to dip any lower. We don't want it to keep going down and down and down. But if it's going to be at 2.5 outside of WrestleMania season, then I can understand it. The SmackDown number, I know that USA Network, that network for Raw can get 1.5, 1.6. Again, I think those might be numbers for WrestleMania season. I mean, I don't think it was getting like 2 million or anything like that during WrestleMania season. I think it was doing 1.6 or something for WrestleMania, 1.5, 1.6. I'd have to go back and look at the numbers. I don't watch them as close as you do. So I'm sure it was like 1.5, 1.6, maybe 1.7 at times. If it's down at 1.3 now, yes, it's stepped down. We're not in WrestleMania season. I understand that. We're going to see a decline. I understand that. 1.3, don't want to see that get lower. My concern there is that, we're starting now to slip down to closer to that million mark. Not crazy about that. So definitely want to see an increase there. So, yeah, I mean, look, it's one of those where the numbers haven't crashed. It's not. I don't see a disaster. I don't see like we were doing 2 million, now we're doing 1.2. We were doing a couple of 100,000 more than where we are during WrestleMania season. We've lost a couple of 100,000 because it's no longer WrestleMania season. These numbers all make sense to me. These numbers are not panic stations to me. There's nothing here that's making me worried. There's nothing here that's like not adding up. I probably could see these numbers coming during WrestleMania season. So I suppose the conversation is this panic stations? Do we need to be running around going, oh my God, it's the end of the world? No, I don't feel that way, because I think from a walking it logistical point of view, I can see this all makes sense. Do we want the numbers getting lower? No, I don't want them getting lower on either show. Obviously, we want to see a turnaround. We want to see an improvement, and it's going to be on Triple H to try and do exactly that and turn those numbers around. And I think Triple H is probably under a bit more pressure right now than he's ever been before, because I think 2023 was good, 2024 was good, 2025, we've seen the creative not be as strong. We're seeing the numbers getting a little lower than they've been before. I mean, actually, if you go back last year, we were on Fox. We were doing 2 million, 2.2 for SmackDown. We were doing 1.6, 1.7 for Raw. So combined, they were doing just shy of 4 million. They were doing maybe 3.8 combined in the US. Now that 3.8 looks more likely to be a 2.5, which, combined is a big drop. If you look at where we were to now where we are, that's a big drop for both the shows. But as we said, moving to Netflix, we didn't know what that was going to do. And I don't think the numbers have been as great as people thought they were going to be going to Netflix. I don't know that the Netflix switch has been this big, fantastic switch that everyone was thinking it was going to be, I think some people got a bit carried away with, like, globally they've got 170 million, that's so many people, it's going to be on the front page and all this kind of stuff. But the truth is, if you're not a wrestling fan, you're not going to click on it, If you're not a wrestling fan, you're not in watching it, you might take a chance on it, but there's just no guarantee you're going to become a fan. And people are creatures of habit. It's a lot to commit to. 3 hours is a long time every Monday to commit to something that you're not that fussed about. You might watch a show for an hour a week, but Raw, SmackDown, NXT, it's a lot. It's a lot. So it's a real big commitment. So to be honest with you, I don't know that we've really picked up too many people. I don't know that Netflix has given us too many people. I think what's happened is we've kind of managed to get to a point that's not a million miles away from USA Network. You know, if you're telling me that SmackDown does 1.3 and Raw does 1.2, there's only 100,000 difference between Netflix and USA Network. So actually, we're not in a drastically different place between USA Network and Netflix. Netflix certainly does not feel like Fox, which was doing 2 million for SmackDown. Doesn't feel that good. But then you can make the argument we don't have the bloodline and we haven't given people something compelling enough, right? So that's a case for Triple H to answer. But yeah, no, I mean, look, where we were before WrestleMania to where we are now doesn't feel like a drastic drop-off. That's what I would say. Edward said, Daze, I'm surprised that Cena's belt isn't on the line. I'm also surprised that it's not a 6-man unless something happens on SmackDown, as I expect Travis to be involved in some way. Yeah, I don't know what's happened with Travis, and I haven't even read or heard of anything to do with Travis as to why this has fallen through. But they were expecting that to be a 6-person, or I was expecting it to be a 6-person. I still wondered if it was going to change into a 6-person. It's got to be that Travis is just not available. It's got to be that something's happened there that means he's not able to kind of come in and do the show anymore. Because I don't really see any other reason as to why you wouldn't do it. Jimmy's going to be available. I don't think Jim, and even if Jimmy wasn't, you'd be able to find a replacement. You know what I mean? Have Sammy. You could do Cody, Sammy, and Jay. No problem. Sammy's not on the show at all. You could have Punk. So, you know, I don't think Jimmy's the problem. So it's got to be on the other side. It's got to be Travis is just no longer available. His schedule just doesn't work. So I don't know what's happened there, but I'm certainly not crying over it. Trini said the Netflix numbers will benefit WWE at random times when they do some special shows like a Raw anniversary, or they have celebrities with crossover appeal. Then they could benefit from the numbers. Do you know what we've not done actually, Trini, with you just saying that, is we haven't, to my knowledge, had a celebrity on that we've promoted in advance. I can't think of a celebrity that we have had on the show other than Travis Scott for the premiere that's like, you know, that we've had on that we've announced. I wonder if that's something they'll do next. You know, imagine if like they managed to get Sabrina Carpenter or Taylor Swift or I don't know, whoever, right? It needs to be a big name, of course. Needs to be a sizable name that you then promote and announce that they're going to be on the show to try and get more casual fans to tune in to see, my God, what are they going to do? You know, we obviously did it with Bad Bunny, getting involved in matches. So we've had big celebrity names involved, of course we have, but yeah, the way that we use celebrities on Netflix is they tend to pop up in the crowd, don't they? They tend to pop up in the crowds, and it tends to be like those 2 comedians that we saw on Monday, or it'll be, you know, some actor that's from some Netflix show that I've never heard of. But like what we haven't done is have like a big celebrity that we announce in advance that's going to have a segment that might be able to draw some of those casual eyes. I wonder if they'll do that. I wonder if that's something they'll do. If you want to get eyes on WWE, you've got to do something pretty big, pretty interesting. You need a Rock type character. You know, you need like some serious, you need star power, you know? I mean, like having Cody on the show might get you a few extra hardcore fans, but there ain't going to be casual fans necessarily. You know, how do you get those people that are flicking through Netflix to actually click on Raw? That is something I do not think they have figured out yet. I don't think they've worked out how you do that yet. Because clearly it's not happening. They did like 3.2, I think, or whatever for the debut, and then it dipped down. I know it's stabilized. I remember seeing 2.8 for the longest time, worldwide numbers on Netflix, and now it's dipped to 2.5. So how do you pick that back up again? How do you raise that back up? I mean, one way is to make Raw a better show. I mean, that's the obvious way. But that's a long process, isn't it? You're not going to just make it a good show and boom, your rating's going to shoot. That's going to take time. So, you know, how do you get people to check it out? Well, You might need to lean on celebrity a little bit. You might need to do some stuff like that, or I think bringing Roman back would massively help. Roman coming back is, big name. He would obviously bring some of those fans, wrestling fans, back that have kind of maybe gone missing a little bit. People will be like, right, I'm sure they're going to do something good with Roman here. So, you could do something like that. But yeah, it just seems to be in a bit of a slumber, doesn't it? I'm not making excuses for WWE. I don't need to. But the numbers don't shock me. I'm not sitting in shocked by the numbers. But, the next conversation is, well, how do you improve those numbers? What would you do to make those numbers better? And of course, make the show better is an obvious one. Make it more unmissable. Make it feel more essential. Give it some more OMG moments. And, increase the star power that's on it. These are all very obvious things. So maybe some of the less obvious stuff is by, leaning on a celebrity. Not for them to have a match, but for them to feature. And actually, if you could get someone like Sabrina Carpenter to come on and do a segment and have a little back and forth with someone in the ring, or Sabrina Carpenter's going to make an announcement. You could try that, couldn't you? Why not? Let's see what it does. Taylor Swift is going to be on Raw and she's going to make an announcement. What's she going to announce? It could be that she's going to announce a new album, a new tour, something like this. It might not even be wrestling related, but why don't we give them a platform to be able to make an announcement like that, right? You can have some interaction with wrestlers and, it'd be great to have like them on, but what if you use your weekly live show to actually start announcing some stuff which is maybe not wrestling related on Netflix? Would wrestling fans be down on that? Yeah, probably, because it's not really wrestling related. But of course, the challenge then is to use the person whilst you've got them to actually do some stuff with them. You're not going to do a match, but like, for example, Taylor Swift's on Raw. She announces that she's got a brand new tour coming. Big news. Gets people to tune into Raw. Oh my God, she's been interrupted. Someone steps up and says, I'm not interested in your announcements. How dare you step into our world thinking that you can use this platform for your own benefit? Taylor's like, I got invited here. I have no issues with you. The heel gets in her face. Someone comes to the rescue. And then, of course, you do flipping, I don't know, Liv Morgan versus Io Sky. Taylor Swift at ringside, cheering on Io Sky. And you kind of get it in that way. I'm not saying you do this on a weekly basis, but as a one-off, I'd be really interested to see how that would work. As a one-off, I'd be really interested to see, what does that do to views? If I put Taylor Swift making a big announcement at the start of hour 2, what does that do to views? Does that increase them? Does that do anything? Can I find a way of then getting it into some sort of wrestling situation? Again, you wouldn't want to lean on that each week. It's not like next week I'm bringing out someone else to do an announcement, right? But I definitely want to explore that. I don't understand why you would go to Netflix and just put on a mid-show. That makes less sense to me. You go to Netflix and you put on a real mid-show. You put on a show that's just really flat. Even as hardcore fans, we sit here and go, I mean, I think I scored yesterday's show a 6.25. I mean, you can make the shows better. You can get them to a 7.5, a 7.75, but that might not improve your numbers. AEW have been doing some good shows. Their numbers are in the gutter because, to be honest with you, you need something pretty big to grab attention. I mean, WCW didn't really get going until the NWO because it really was something that grabbed attention. They'd done some good stuff before then, but you need it. You need that big thing. For WWE recently, it's been Bloodline. Bloodline has done it. And at the moment, we don't have Bloodline. So we're trying to get this Seth group to be that new Bloodline, but that's going to take time. And, you know, Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed don't have star power. So really this group is leaning on Heyman and Seth. And that's okay, but it ain't going to bring the masses. So right now, in the short term, how do you get people to tune into the show? Obviously you improve the show. Obviously you make it better. Obviously you make it more unmissable and all of that. But you need that spark to get people to tune in. You need something that's going to get people talking. And honestly, if a celebrity like Beyonce coming on, making an announcement is going to just grab attention and get people to tune in, and hopefully they tune in and see some stuff they like, come back next week, that's how it works. I am not down on that. I'm not down on giving that a go. And certainly if they could then find a way of tying that announcement into something wrestling related. And again, not every week, just once. Try it, see what it does. But I'm down for trying some stuff on Netflix. I'm just not interested in that celebrity having a match. Aaron said, I genuinely think I've cursed this year by saying this will be one of the best years. You weren't alone, buds. I think we were all excited. Coming into this year, I was also optimistic because I thought we're going to go to Netflix. It's going to be an amazing year. It's going to, like, you know, they're going to pull out all the stops. There's no way they're going to want the Netflix deal to, like, flounder. You know, they're going to want to show Netflix we were right to be backed. And, you know, I thought there'd be more freedom. I thought that, like, the handcuffs will be off. I did not think it was going to be the Attitude Era. But I did think, well, if the crowd swear, it ain't going to matter. You know, maybe the wrestlers can throw in the odd swear word now. Perhaps we can, like, turn up the sexiness a little bit, you know, just where needed, wherever applicable. And, you know, perhaps it does get a little more of an edge back. Perhaps it gets a bit more of an edge. It's still got to be family friendly, but can we push that boundary a little bit more, you know? Can it be that we just get a little bit more? You don't want to go OTT, but can we just do a bit more than we were doing on USA Network, yeah? Again, I'm trying to make things crystal because I'm not saying the Attitude Era, but I'm saying can we just push the boundaries a little bit more? And that's what I was expecting. And I thought there would be a freedom there. And I thought that, like, I thought they would have saved a load of ideas back for when we go to Netflix, and it would just be this explosion of, and this is happening, that's happening, oh my God, Raw's crazy, I can't wait for next week. And it is just not that, is it? It's just not that. It is just not that. It is 6 out of 10, 6.5 out of 10, 7 out of 10, 7.25, but then we go back to 6.25, 6.5, and actually, you know, this is us being not kind, but this is us being fair. I think there's people out there that don't worry about being fair. For them, it's like, you either are going to blow my mind or I ain't watching. For us, we love wrestling, so if you give us something that's acceptable and good, we'll come back next week. But there's people out there that are not after acceptable, they're not after goods. Their time is more valuable to them than it is to me. And so they are, like, really looking for something that's worth their time. Or I'll just go and watch something completely different. I have no loyalty to WWE, so I'll just go and watch something completely different. And unfortunately, I don't think WWE have been serving that kind of content to wrestling fans in 2025. And I don't really understand why Triple H has not tried some new stuff. I think he's tried this group, and I think this group is maybe not delivering quite the way he was hoping. I mean, it's okay to say that he's tried this group and it hasn't knocked it out the park. I mean, I think this new group is okay. I think there's definitely potential, but I mean, they seem to be really high on Bron Breakker, and I've just got a little problem with Bron Breakker that I've always had with Bron Breakker, and I just think that size-wise, he's just lacking a little. I just think, like, you're trying to make him out like he's the next Brock Lesnar. You put in Heyman around. You're having Heyman saying how this guy is going to main event WrestleMania and all this kind of stuff. And he absolutely could, because they can do whatever they want. But he doesn't have the size of Brock Lesnar. He doesn't have the aura of Brock Lesnar. He doesn't have the aura of Roman Reigns. I mean, when Roman was in the Shields, we knew that when he broke away, he was going to be a problem. He was presented as the powerhouse. He had a good size to him. And it was clear that he was going to be a big solo star in the future. Bron Breakker is clearly going to be a big star in the future. He's a big star now. He's going to main event WrestleMania. He's going to be a multiple-time world champion. But is he going to be the next John Cena? Is he going to be the next Roman Reigns? I don't think he is. Sitting here right now, I don't think he is. He might main event WrestleMania or WrestleManias, and he might go on to be a multiple-time world champion, but I don't think he's going to go on to be the face of the company. I think that he is someone that is explosive and athletic, and, you know, I think he's someone that has got more growth, more, you know, room to grow. But I'm struggling to see him having the size. He's not a monster. They're trying to present him as a freak. They're trying to present him as athletic. He ticks a lot of boxes. I just feel like this group has got Seth. It's got Bronson, and Bronson's got a bit of size to him. And I just wish Bron Breakker was bigger. I just wish he had a bit more height to him, a bit more size to him. I just wish he was a bit more Roman-esque, Brock-esque. He's just... I wish we had Bron Breakker's older brother. That's what I wish we had. Without being disrespectful, I just worry that this is... you know, something that's kind of hurt in the group is that we're trying to build up these stars that they really believe in. And I think the fans really like them. But I don't know that new fans are tuning in because it's like, oh my God, have you heard about this new guy? Have you heard about this new guy? Have you heard about Bron Breakker? I don't get that. I don't get that feeling. I don't get that feeling I had when I saw Brock. I don't get that feeling I had when I saw, like, John and Thugonomics. I don't get that feeling I had when I saw Roman in the Shields. I don't feel that when I look at Bron Breakker. I could be proven to be wrong. Absolutely I can. But I don't get that feeling. I don't get that feeling that I'm seeing the next big face of the company, that next big star. It doesn't feel like it's him to me at the moment. Maybe that changes, but, you know, maybe he's going through his prototype stage and perhaps he'll find his groove and it'll click and we'll go, here it is. Here it is. He's a definite multiple-time champion. He's a definite, you know, he's going to go on to achieve a lot. I'm not going to say he's a mid-carder or anything like that, but I don't know. You've got this group. You've got a couple of good prospects with Seth, but it's just not the same as Roman and the Usos. It doesn't have the family connection. It doesn't. It's not essential viewing, and I think that, you know, you've put your eggs into that basket, and I don't think that basket is fully made. I don't think that basket is the right basket to put all of your eggs in. It feels like this group's fine and it's a story, but it feels like we need other stories. When we had Bloodline, you knew that was everything. And it didn't really matter what else was on because you knew Bloodline was everything. It's the start of the show, the middle of the show, the end of the show. If Roman's there, if Roman's not there, Bloodline, Bloodline, Bloodline. And it's been that way for years. I don't get that with this group. I don't feel that with this group. This group feels good enough to be a story, but it doesn't feel good enough to carry the show. Is my honest opinion on the Seth group. So I am looking for that group to evolve. I think there's a comedy element that's missing. I think that I'm interested to see the development of Braun. I like Bronson. I'm interested to see his development, but I don't think anyone's expecting Bronson to achieve what they think Braun's going to achieve. I mean, it's clear what they think of Braun. I mean, Heyman's words were incredible. Do you know what I mean? There was no doubt whatsoever what Heyman was predicting. And listen, when Heyman speaks, you listen. If Heyman tells you this is the next guy, you listen. I listened. I just don't feel that way at the moment. But had you have asked me when Stone Cold was the ringmaster, did I see him being the next face of the company? I also would have told you no. So it's not a perfect science. But I definitely, everyone knew when they saw Brock. Everyone knew when they saw, well, maybe not John when he was at the prototype stage, but certainly when he was Thugonomics, everyone knew. So, I don't know, we'll have to see with Borne. I think Bron's very interesting. I'm very much looking forward to watching him develop. I wish him all the very best, honestly. I wish him no ill will. Of course I don't. I like him. He comes from a great family. He's got a great ability, very athletic, but is he the next big thing? Is he the next Bron Breaker? Is he the next Brock Lesnar? Don't know. Jury's out. I could see Bronson as Intercontinental or US champion. I think that might be his ceiling, says Kader. Undercover Manager said best way to do what you're talking about is a Jake Paul interview and a Logan match. Announce it on socials and then cut a promo saying next week there's an announcement. That would be views, said Undercover Manager. What, having Jake on the show doing a promo? The only problem with that is they are really not appreciated by the wrestling fans. I think you would really want someone that the wrestling fans would be excited for. I know Beyonce, Taylor Swift would not be those people. I'm trying to think of like a really big actor or someone that people, you know, like flipping De Niro, Al Pacino or someone like that. If they had a new or Steven Spielberg or Tom Hanks, you know. Imagine Tom Hanks on the show and he's got a big announcement or something like that, like when he was in his heyday and he announces there's a new film coming and they show us the trailer or something like this. I think if you can find, you know, like during the Super Bowl, they sometimes do announcements. Like I remember Beyonce did this. It was brilliant, actually. I thought it was so clever. She was in this advert. I'm sure you saw it. It was only last year, where she was trying to break the internet and she was like doing stuff like posing. I think she was in a swimsuit or something. And she was like, is this breaking the internet? And the guy was checking the number and it was doing well, but he was like, it's almost there, but it's not there yet. She's like, oh, okay. And then she would do something else. I think she went into space and she's like, has this broken the internet? And the dude would check the thing and he was like, it's almost there, but it's not there yet. It's like, oh, okay. Well, I suppose I'll release some new music then. And then it ended, right? And literally when she says that, her album was dropped and it was on Spotify. And I think it was Cowboy Carter. I think it was the Cowboy Carter album. And it, do you know what I mean? And like everyone at home watching the Super Bowl sees this advert. It's like, what? And like goes and checks Spotify, brand new album there. I mean, it's so good. Marketing, just so good. That's so clever. I love stuff like that. I think it's so good, so clever, so like exciting, like and you can imagine like all the content creators reacting to it. And why not tap into something like that if you're WWE? Why not allow your platform, your show on Netflix, to be a way of getting some news out? But it's just a challenge, isn't it, to then not upset the wrestling fans? I mean, I'd be at the front of the queue for being upset for a celebrity coming in and just flogging their new album or whatever. You've got to make it this is why it wouldn't work if it's not, it's got to be a big name. It's got to be something that really does grab attention. It ain't going to work if you just get flipping, you know, whoever. I don't know what bands are around these days or artists are around. But, you know, like a Travis Scott announcing an album, something like that. I think it's got to be someone that the majority of fans are like, oh, I really like this person. I'm down for that. You know, they've gone and got Cardi B, and that seems to have split our community. People aren't keen on that. But they've gone and got Cardi B as the host for SummerSlam. So, I mean, they've sort of got the idea of celebrities and hosting. They're not shy in bringing celebrities in. They worked with Travis Scott for the launch of Netflix, Raw on Netflix. So, yeah, I think some of the... If you have Jake on doing an announcement, he's going to get booed out the room, and that's the only problem. People don't like the polls. But then they do have an audience. So, you know, would that be the right way forwards? Don't know. I don't have the answer to it because we're just talking out loud. But that Beyonce example is one that I thought was excellent. And if you could bring something like that to your live weekly show, just once, a couple of times a year, hopefully people see something they like, they tune in again. Probably not, probably won't. We've seen them try stuff like this in the past. It doesn't really work that well. But if you've got a good show that's like 8 out of 10 a lot of weeks, doing some really exciting stuff, you might just need that little extra spark, and that's where that might come in, you know. Oh, we went down a rabbit hole, didn't we, eh? Brony said, judging from what I've seen about Borne on the main roster, it's clear he doesn't have charisma. His promos when he was IC champion was very... The guy doesn't have the charisma. Borne was doing perfectly well in NXT. It's just going to take time on the main roster, says Sean. Tyler said, anyone having a rough day, just know that someone cares. Oh, I knew that Tyler was a good egg. I said, didn't I? Nightmare said, Cardi B is money. Aubrey said, NXT is my favourite show of the week because Ava is still employed and she clearly is head and shoulders above all the released talent. Thank you. Hasib said, Daze, are we excited to see Worlds Collide? AAA. I know we've not seen those guys before. What the hell is a psycho clown? I am excited, yes. And it's something a bit different for us as well, because obviously when we are watching shows, we know about the people. If we're watching Raw or SmackDown, even if people come from NXT, we know about them. I mean, we even watch Evolve. So, you know, when people go into NXT, we largely know about them. When Ren came in, I didn't know about her. When Roxy came in, I didn't know about her. So, you know, there's times where the odd wrestler will come into NXT from the indies or a different promotion, and I don't know about them, right? But to have a show of this magnitude, like, and have so many people there that I just don't know, is, well, I don't know the last time that happened. I genuinely don't know the last time that happened where, I mean, I suppose for me, it might have been when I watched TNA. What was I watching? I did a TNA watch along for a show, and I did it for a specific reason, and I can't remember that reason. I think, was it because of Cora Jade taking on Masha Slamovich? I think it was like when NXT and TNA first started crossing over, and we did a watch along for TNA, and we don't normally do that. And so for me, watching all this TNA talent that I don't normally watch and being out of my comfort zone was probably the last time. So this weekend we'll be watching AAA. I'll be watching people I don't know anything about, don't know the history of, backstory of. I really expect them to educate us. You know, Psycho Clown, this is what he's known for. These are his feuds. This is who he's beaten, how many times he's been AAA champion, blah, 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 right? I expect them to fill those blanks in for us. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to streaming it and learning and finding out along with you guys and seeing if anyone kind of really grabs our attention. It's going to be loads of flips. It's lucha, right? There's going to be loads of flips. That is fine. I don't mind lucha and I don't mind the lucha style, but I know what I look for when it comes to this style is your flips are great, but it's that final connection that I'm most interested in, me personally. Because I just sort of think like doing all the flips is great, but it's meant to add momentum. It's meant to add showmanship to the move. The most important thing is the move, the connection. That's the most important thing. Anything else is garnish. I'm not interested so much in the garnish. If I go out for a steak, I'm interested in the steak. I'm not interested in the lettuce and stuff that's on the side of the plate. And when you do all the flips and everything, it's meant to add some showmanship. It's meant to add some momentum. It's meant to add a little bit more entertainment to the actual move that is the connection, the final hit. That is the stake. That is the bit that wrestlers tend to worry about less. They tend to worry about the flip's going to do this. Whoa, 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 look at all that. And then the end connection's a bit like wispy. It's a bit flat. And to me, that's not it. Like, to me, you can do all these flips and it might be eye-catching, but if your final connection's rubbish, I ain't going to be massively impressed. I might as well go and watch Cirque du Soleil, because they can do flips and also not hit people. And that's exactly what a lot of luchadors do, is they do a lot of flips and don't end up hitting people. So I know what I'll be looking for. I know what I'll want to see. I want to see that lucha style. I want to see those flips. I want to see that stuff. That's what I expect from a AAA show. But ain't going to be no good if the final connection's going to look rubbish. So, yeah, should be good. Who's going to grab our attention? Who is going to rise up and who is going to be, like, you know, someone that's on our radar that wasn't on our radar before? I mean, look, this is something that we need to learn about because AAA ain't going nowhere. WWE have acquired them. So we fully expect it to be a case now that we're going to be seeing a lot of AAA talent going forwards. I think that we're up Triple Mania's coming up, and I'm interested in doing that. That's like their WrestleMania, so I'm interested in doing that show. So yeah, there's lots of. This is just the first thing, isn't it? There's lots of projects I'm sure they've got in the works. I'm sure there'll be NXT talent that gets sent to AAA. I'm sure there'll be AAA talent that gets sent to NXT, much like how Inamura has been sent. I'm sure you know, if you are fond of Psycho Clown, you may get Psycho Clown coming over and spending a month or so in NXT. They will want you to get used to this talent, and they'll want you to feel comfortable with watching AAA because it's in WWE's interest that you do that, and it's part of your regular viewing. I mean, to all intents and purposes, it's NXT Mexico, isn't it? So, yes, I'm very excited. I'm genuinely looking forward to that show. I hope it delivers. I hope it lives up to expectation, but I don't really have a great expectation, so I don't think it's going to underwhelm. Okay, we've got 10 minutes. David said, R-Truth has been released. Do you think he'll go to AEW? Could he go to TNA? Could WWE make him a Raw GM? Well, he's been released, so if he's under no contract, he won't be a Raw GM. I think that he is going to do what's right for him. I think that everyone's going to be interested in him. He is a big star. I think it's going to be a struggle, though, because he's not going to get the money that he was getting in WWE. I don't even think AEW are going to pay him that kind of money. If I was Tony Khan, I wouldn't, because what's the alternative? If he goes to TNA, he ain't going to make that kind of money. If he goes to New Japan, he ain't going to make that kind of money. So I'm not really over any kind of barrel, am I? I'm not really over any kind of barrel where he's, you know, got me in a situation where I've got to spend over the odds to secure his services. If WWE don't want him, there's not loads of other options. So I would give him a fair offer. And I'd go in negotiations with him. I think, to be honest, he's not someone that I would be building my roster around. He's not a centerpiece. He's someone that definitely contributes and adds and is well liked and would bring viewers at first because people would want to see him succeed and they love him, and, you know, he's got a lot of goodwill, and yeah, it definitely makes sense to try and bring him in and give him a good wage. But I don't know, someone like R-Truth, he might look at it and think like, I'm not really interested in going and working for, you know, 50% of what I was making at WWE. I don't know how much he was on, but let's say he was on $2 million a year, right? I don't know what that number was for R-Truth, but let's say it was $2 million. AEW might give him $1 million, and he might be like, not interested in doing more work than I was doing in WWE for 50% of the money. I'd rather just retire. I don't know. I really don't know what his mindset's going to be. So that's for him, obviously, to work out. He's had a hell of a run. I mean, he's in his 50s. He's made good money. So I don't think that it's something which he is. I don't think he's in any need. I don't think there's like a desperate need for getting money. I mean, I don't know his financial situation, but I'd like to think he's been a smart guy and he's not just blown it all. So I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't think it's as simple as will he go here, will he go there, because I think everyone's going to be interested, but it's about what offers are going to be on the table, and it's about what he wants to do. If Miz gets released by WWE because of removing the mentions, he could go to TNA or AEW. You could put him and Truth together in AEW, says Marcus. Boycott said AEW would be the smart choice. Boomers for Life said, I think Truth might just get back into music full time. Excellent shout, honestly. Really good shout, Boomers, because, again, if he doesn't need money and he is passionate about his music, this could be a great opportunity to go, do you know what? I've done wrestling. I've ticked that box. My body is kind of, not where it was. I'd really like to invest my time now in music, see where that goes, see if I can express myself that way. Like, if you're in your 50s and you have done everything in wrestling, I don't know that he's going to go to AEW and be pushed as a world champion, right? And honestly, I don't know that he's interested in keep doing the comedy stuff. I know that he did an interview, I think, with Chris Van Vliet, and said that if he's got one regret, it's that he wasn't a world champion in WWE. Maybe if AEW said, we'll give you a run with our world title, he might be interested. But I don't see them saying that. I don't see that opportunity being there. Not when you've got Ospreay, It's hard to see R-Truth coming in being given a world title run when you've got Okada and Ospreay and Omega and all these people. It's hard to see R-Truth in his 50s getting that run. So if they bring him in, it's because he's loved, he's a comedy character. I think they just continue with that, honestly. So, and it'll probably be for less money than he was getting in WWE. So I think the music thing's a great shout, because he might look at it and go, I've done the comedy thing. I'm not interested in continuing that. I really want to express myself with my music. I want to explore that. I can't speak for him, but, I think that definitely would be a consideration. Yeah, I think it would definitely be a consideration. I saw an idea. I think it's great. Maybe have R-Truth go to AEW and see Edge, Christian, Mercedes, all these ex-WWE people, and have him think that he's still in WWE, says Aubrey. Dean said, have we got a favourite wrestler that you would like to meet, says Dean. That's a great question, Dean. My honest answer is no. Not that I can really think of. I mean, there's definitely wrestlers that I would like to meet, but there's no one that I'm like, I've got to meet that person. If he was still around, Bruno would be that person. Bruno Sammartino, if he was still with us, would be the person that I've got to meet Bruno. Honestly, if Hogan hadn't said what he had said, I think Hogan would be on that list as well, because, I love the golden era. And obviously when I was growing up, Hogan was the guy. Even WrestleMania 9, he came back and was the champion. One of the first champs I remember was Brett, then Yoko, then Hogan. So for me, he has been ever present. And of course, when you go to car boot sales and you want to try and find out the stuff you've missed out on, you buy WrestleMania 1, you buy WrestleMania 2, you buy SummerSlam 88, you buy all these things. Hogan. You very quickly learn Hogan is wrestling, is the guy. Not the same now. If you're a kid now and you want to find out what's gone on, I mean, you've got different eras. You've got Cena, you've got Stone Cold, you've got the Attitude Era, you've got Ruthless Aggression, you've got New Generation. There is Hogan, but do you know what I mean? Hogan is now a name amongst others. So, honestly, I don't really feel... It's so hard. It's so hard. I don't have an easy answer. If I was in Florida and Hogan was that day doing a meet and greet, couple of $100 to meet him, get a picture, I don't know what I would do. Because part of me still remembers the guy from the golden era. Part of me still remembers growing up and buying videotapes and it just being all Hogan and him coming down at WrestleMania, 3 and at 5 and in the yellow, him slamming Andre. He's still that guy to me. But equally, he's also the guy that made racist comments and didn't really apologize for them in any meaningful way. And those two people kind of are existing at the same time. And it leads to confusion, doesn't it? I know I have no desire to see him on TV. I know that I'm not going out of my way. I'm not going to, book a flight to go over to meet him or anything. But if I was there and he was there and it was, a price that I thought was reasonable for such a big name in the history of wrestling, I don't know what I would do. I genuinely don't know. I might do it just to do it and then sit on whether I should show people or, just put it to one side. I don't know what I would do. Yeah, it's a real tricky one, that. So, is there anyone that I want to meet? Unfortunately, a lot of your heroes turn out to be not great people. Hogan was never a hero, but he's such a big name, isn't he? And to be honest, Stone Cold never impacted me that way. We don't really talk Attitude Era. We don't really go through, the Attitude Era and talk to Stone Cold and the great matches and all that, because Attitude Era for me was good. It was fun, but it's not my favorite era. So I don't feel about Stone Cold the way I felt about the Golden Era, Like if Warrior was around and Warrior was a good person and he was still with us, he would be someone I would want to meet. Undertaker could be on that list. But, these would be the names. I'm not desperate to meet John or Randy or anything like that, no. To be honest, I think the way I do it is, I'd go to a Comic Con, and if there's someone there that I'm interested in, $20, $30, I'll meet them. I met Demolition, I met Honky Tonk Man. Loved it. Great. I met William Regal. That was awesome. But I didn't really go out my way to meet these people. But I was at a Comic Con, they were there, and I went for it, So, yeah, that's kind of my approach to meeting wrestlers. Is there anyone that I would go to a Comic Con to see? Nah, sadly, I don't think so. Wouldn't mind meeting Undertaker, but it's going to be a high price. I wouldn't mind meeting Shawn. That'd be really cool. But I think as you get older, because I'm 21 now, I think it changes, honestly. I feel like it changes. I think you start to realise they're people more. People become more human. When I was young, they were superheroes. When I was young, Warrior felt like, if you told me he'd come from another planet, I'd believe you. Warrior in particular. They felt like larger than life. They felt like superheroes. They were just mind-blowing. I could be in their presence and I would be like, I'm not worthy, Whereas now, if I'm in the same room as a current star, I wouldn't feel that way. I would feel worthy. They're people, they're humans, that have achieved incredible things. But I think I'm a bit more grounded now. I'm a bit more down to earth. I'm a bit more, do you know what I mean? I don't idolize as much, which is probably a good thing, honestly. So, yeah, no, there's not anyone that I would be desperate to meet, but Bruno, I would still be, I'd be a giddy girl if Bruno was around. Days, we head into the JC Jane era. We'll never know if she ends up winning the world title on a main roster, major sponsorships, and maybe main event slot at Evolution 2, as she has got it. What do you mean we'll never know? Hopefully we will know. We should know as to what she's going to go on to do eventually. Okay, we're just looking at last week. We know that the NXT roster think some of the main roster released superstars go in main roster Raw SmackDown. David, what? NXT roster. I don't know what you mean, but are you saying because of the releases, is someone going to go, are people going to go up? I mean, I would say we've had the women go up. There's rumours of Jordan Grace. You'd have to look at Ober. You'd have to look at Trick. Like, there's definitely... It's the top end, isn't it? I think Ethan's got a good chance. Ethan's got a good chance going up, even though he's not like... He's been world champion, though. He's been NXT champion. But yeah, I think he's got a chance to go up. He could contribute to the main roster. Daze, did you see the Thunder Rosa comments? What do I have to do to get TV time? Get my effing T's out. Well, I mean, I would say, you know, she could give it a go. You know, just saying, like, might work, mightn't it? Might work. It's how I got this streaming job, so. Yeah, I wonder what's happened there. I wonder why she's not being used more. There we go. Look, we're looking back at JC. Didn't a report say that WWE would do a draft by the end of May or the start of June? They said that that's when it was, like, penciled, yes. But they also said it could move to later in the summer. But yes, the first port of call was end of May, June. Still no word on that. But of course, we do have Money in the Bank Saturday. So could it be next Monday they announce something? There's still a chance for it. But to be honest, I don't get the impression that it's actually set in stone anywhere this year because of the shows being so close together. Okay, here's the young OG. This boy is bouncy. Nightmare said, I would like to meet Jade Cargill, Lash Legend, Kalani Jordan, and Lola Vice. Trick versus Santana tonight. It's not a pre-show. That's a lie. It is. Laredo Kid is in the ring. Ethan's coming out as well. There we go. I mean, Phoenix is probably going to be here, isn't he? Such a weird match, this. We've got Phoenix from the main roster, Javon and Ethan, Laredo Kids, fighting for the NXT mid-card title. Right, Ethan says this is a farce. It's a farce. What, Phoenix is stuck on a plane? So Ethan says he should be tap dancing on the memory of Ricky Saints. That is quite a mask on Laredo Kid, isn't it? Lots of boos for Ethan. Shut the F up, Chance. He's not bothered by these reactions at all, is he? He's very good at just... I mean, we saw how flustered Charlotte got. Obviously, it would be different if it was thousands and thousands of people, but... he's not being thrown off by this crowd. Here's Laredo. You talk, talk, talk. I don't know what he said, but he did that. He did that. I think he wants to weigh his balls. Here's Javon. Maybe I should stick my foot up your ass. My God. Poor Ethan Page. Laredo wants to weigh his balls. Javon wants to stick his foot up his ass. Super Sean Legacy. Yes. Hey, they're building this guy up, aren't they? Evolve. I got next. Laredo. Hopefully it's not you. Yeah, that's tomorrow, isn't it? Is this Vanity Project? Yes! Where's Zeta? My God, this is an Evolve takeover? Swipe right. Hondos. Look at their preppy pink shirts. Look, we've got people in the crowd going swipe left. Ethan attacking Super Sean Legacy. I'm stunned that they've had Evolve people opening the show. This feels like it should be more in the middle of the card, really, like the swipe right stuff. I mean, we haven't seen them that many times on NXT. There ain't that many people watching Evolve. It's great for us, though. Javon against the ropes. Oh, look at that. Is this going to be 6-man? It's got 6-man or 8-man. It's going to be 8-man. Big brawl. It is Worlds Collide. We've got Evolve. We've got NXT. We've got AAA. There's a 6-man tag that's already on the show. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Chase U taking on Dark State. Chase U taking on Dark State. Remember that match being made last week? That was good. Well, a very surprising open. I mean, not a surprise to start with Duran, Laredo, and Ethan. But to bring Swipe Right and Sean Legacy out, a one-of-a-kind event. The future flies here. Saturday, special start time, 3 Eastern. We'll be starting an hour before, so that'll be 2 Eastern. That'll be 7 UK time, I think. I still can't figure out whether to do 1 or 2 streams. The only problem is, if I do 1 stream, there is a little issue with YouTube where I can set it all up as Worlds Collide. As soon as Worlds Collide ends, I can change it over to Money in the Bank and just stay streaming. But the problem is, a lot of people will still see the Worlds Collide thumbnail. And people aren't going to want to join us if they think it's Worlds Collide. They'll be looking for Money in the Bank. So it's probably, unfortunately, going to make more sense to end that stream and start a fresh stream so that there's definitely no confusion. Because unfortunately, YouTube don't just instantly change the thumbnail for everybody. The old thumbnail kind of hangs around like a bad smell. So that means we'll be streaming Money in the Bank, but the thumbnail will still show as Worlds Collide for a lot of people. And that sucks. So it might have to be 2 separate streams, but we are doing both shows. 9.Holiday said, evening days. You're looking cuddleable tonight. LFG NXT. 9.Holiday, thank you. That's the vibe I'm going for. I'm definitely going for a cuddleable vibe. Oh my God, when we do merch, I could definitely try and get a cuddleable Wrestling Daze. Little plush. Oh my God. Think of the fun people could have with that. Think of the fun people could have with a cuddleable, your very own, huggable, cuddleable, there for you whenever needed. Maybe you could squeeze his tummy and he could go, shut up, Boomer. Shut up, Boomer. Bye for now. What the flip? That would be so good. Oh my God, get it, mate. Get it, mate. Tony said, that Thunder Rosa thing is to set up a hair versus hair match with Baker at All In. So there's nothing too serious. AEW is in turmoil, while Daze is happy sipping tea with WWE. Well, I am English. I will always take a nice cup of tea. WWE Vault is doing a best of Worlds Collide on their channel. That's interesting, but I don't know. When's that? Sunday, is it maybe? Best of... I don't like best ofs. I just like to watch shows as they are, you know. It's a little bit like... I'd like to sit down and listen to the Beatles albums rather than listen to their best of. There's a time for best ofs. But, yeah. I'd rather watch the actual shows as they were. Good and bad. Okay, we are back from commercial break. You should do a 2-in-1 thumbnail, said Wrestling Fam. Yeah, the problem with that is that, like, people are looking for money in the bank. There's going to be a lot of casual fans that don't even know Worlds Collide is happening. Not going to be interested in it. So, obviously, you're kind of competing against other people that are going to have very impactful thumbnails, all very money in the bank vibe, whereas if mine's like 50-50, it's just going to be a bit... Okay, here we go. 6-man tag. There is Vikingo. And he's got the AAA title. The AAA Mega Champion. Oh my God, look. He just clinked belts with that dude's replica. Vikingo. Oh my God, that belt is ugly. The strap looks ugly. The strap looks quite flimsy, cheap, thin. I don't mind the shape of the main plate though. Right, here's Chase U. Uriah and Kale. Yeah. Vikingo is phenomenal, said James. Brony said, Andre Chase does absolutely nothing for me. He bores me. That title looks plastic as hell, said Iron Sentinel. Taker 1990 said, is there any sign of Jordan Grace? No, I've not heard that she's on this show. And the streets are saying she's going to get called up, so she might be in a bit of limbo at the moment. She might be kind of in between both shows. Here's Dark States. Tyrese Halliburton merch. That was weird, wasn't it? There's Saquon. I don't mind this entrance. I don't mind the camera kind of cutting to the entranceway and they're standing there in a formation. Make their way in. They got the masks on and we're underway. Dark States going after Chase U. Chase U already having to regroup on the outsides. Uriah going in. That was dumb. That was dumb. It's 4-on-1. Why would he do that? Straight to the outside. He's lucky, actually. He's lucky that he didn't get beaten down there. He just ran in the ring on his own. Saquon has got him. He chucks him back in. And actually, this thing is settling down into a match. Starting off with Cutler. So you're right. Back elbow there by Cutler. That was nice. That was good. That might be the best thing that Cutler's done since being in this group. Nice shoulder. Driven into the midsection. Bang, over the other sides. Cutler's look, I think, is just too safe, isn't it? He looks like he could be part of Briggs and Jensen. I think if I was Cutler, I would try and do something a bit more extreme with my hair, with my look. I would, do you know what I mean? He looks like you could put him in a suit and he could work in an office. Put him in a shirt and a suit and everything. He could work in a cubicle. In an office. I can imagine him standing by the fax machine or by the printer, just trying to fix a jam. Whereas the other people in the group look like badasses. Yeah, definitely tweak the look a little. Whoever made this talk host while the matches are going on is the worst bull. No one wants talk instead of watching wrestling, said Joseph. Joseph, what do you mean? Is this shots at me? What's this? Guys, there might be shots at me, but I don't quite understand it. Carr said, are there any plans for Uriah Connors on NXT? Because he should go under his real name, aka Finley Son Brogan. I think it might be a Bron Breakker thing where they're trying to go a different way, where they're trying to actually have him create his own, name. Nine Dark Holiday said, Daze, Heyman and Seth Rollins offer Sammy to leave. Hang on. Heyman and Rollins offer Sammy to leave and face Cena. Cross says he sees evil in Sammy. Heyman offers AJ an IC title shot instead of being in Money in the Bank. Cross is also trying to pry evil out of AJ. Yeah. I mean, I think, I don't know about AJ turning heel. He could do. To be honest, I think that Cross was going to be in a bit of a feud with Sammy, and I think Sammy might have got injured in that match with Kevin. And so then they switched it so that he went after AJ. Now that Sammy's back, he seems to have gone back to Sammy. So I don't know. I don't know that this is like a well-told story or anything. I don't know that this is build into anything. Looking for a suplex. Osiris, bang. But yeah, it definitely feels like Carrion and Sammy are on a collision course. But I don't know where we are with AJ. It seems like AJ has kind of momentarily grabbed the attention of Heyman. 1, 2, 3. Dark State win. Dark State win. Jeez. That was quick. Okay, let's get match score. I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised. I mean, it was Dark State versus Chase U. Bang, bang, bang. Dave's part of me thinks that Dark State would have been better if it was just 3 and not Cutler. I don't think he fits that vibe. Yeah, I struggle with, he's the one I struggle with as well, I agree. Boom, Dark State, there we go. And we're backstage. Ava. 3 of you, 4 of them. 8-man tag setup. We can handle Vanity Project and Ethan Page 3 on 4. So Javon's Dragon Lee's here. Dragon Lee? Why is Dragon Lee there? Perhaps he lives in Florida, so it was easy to get him. Okay, here's Trick Williams. You are the standard of TNA. For 20 years, TNA has been looking for the one. It's Trick Williams. So Trick's really... confident. He's got a little smirk on his face as well. Let's go. Dragon Lee being used on TV. What? Says Porky Pig. What? Yeah, coming up next, the rounds match between Myles and Charlie. God, the pace of this is breakneck. So they said that Phoenix had been caught on a plane. So I wonder if Dragon Lee was there and they gave Dragon Lee a call. Like, are you in Florida? Like, you live local because we need a fourth person. And he was like, yeah, I can do it. I wonder if it was like last minute and something like that. Because clearly it would have been Phoenix. Because he's the fourth person in that match. So he would have been that person for them. But, God, Vanity Project having a match on NXT is kind of wild, isn't it? He's been doing the rounds lately, said Iron Sentinel. Steven said, this show has been amazing so far. Well, people can vote for the thing. What happened to halftime scores? It just sort of petered out, honestly. We changed the theme song, and to be honest, I don't want to go back to the old one because I was never a fan of the version I had. We used to do it live, and I was like, why am I doing it live? I might as well just get a recording and just go bang play. So I got a recording, but it was never my favorite version. It was just one that I grabbed. So then people made their own versions, and it just sort of petered out, really. So there was no kind of big kind of, oh, I hate this, I'm moving away from it. But it's just another job on the list of like creating a proper version of the halftime score song, you know. It's add it to the list. It's one of those, an ever-growing list. That was like a competitive squash, says AB. Maxi said the streets are saying that Liv and Dom may appear at Worlds Collide. AAA have mixed tag belts, so could be something to do with that. Jared said, are we surprised how quickly the NXT stars are called to the main roster so soon lately? A little bit, yes. A little bit. I think I'm maybe not surprised. Well, a little bit. I'm more surprised at the stars that are just skipping NXT, like Penta and Phoenix and Motor City. That surprises me more, that they've just completely skipped NXT. I'd say mixed results with that. I'd say it's not worked so well for Motor City, but it worked okay for Penta. I don't know how well it's worked for Phoenix, but it's obviously worked pretty well for Penta. So mixed results, I would say, with that approach. But they have moved really quick with calling people up. Really, really quick with calling some people up. I suppose there's a bit of a change happening. I think we're going through a rebuild year. I wonder, actually, if this year is the year that Triple H thought to himself, I need to build new stars. I need to tell new stories. I need to get like pieces in place. I wonder if 2025 is the year that he is calling people up, getting some people, like, you know, getting some new stories in place, getting the pieces where he wants them. He's building up Braun. He's building up Bronson. He's calling up Roxanne. He's calling up Julia. He's working with Jacob. You know, he's building up Dominic. I wonder if he's like really leaning into the building this year more than the stories. He's just trying to get more exposure and build the stars. So and kind of rely on Cena. You know, if Cena's on the show, he's going to bring you ratings, isn't he? So I wonder if he's like, well, this year I can just lean on Cena a bit. Right, there's Kenzel. Is that Carly? Tyra. Here's Ariana Grace. Tyra, I forgot about her coming to the roster. She's going to be a good addition. Those aren't even 100% gold. No one likes a bragger, especially a tacky one. Tyra says she thinks she's found her first opponent. So Tyra against Ariana Grace should be coming up. Okay, Tavian is going to be in Myles' corner. Ren is going to be in Charlie's. To be honest, I would want Ren in my corner. She's shown that she's quite good at strategy in the past. No Quarter Catch crew are actually all going to come out together. So Charlie and Myles walking out. Here we go. Charlie Dempsey versus Myles Bourne. It's a weird one, this, honestly, because, you know, if I'm Tavian, I don't really want Myles to win because he is going to leave. He says if I win, then I get I get to leave. You'll let me leave. Corey said Myles might be buying into his own hype. Corey says that Charlie has forgotten more about wrestling than Myles will ever know. So, nice, quick early takedown there by Charlie Dempsey. It is a rounds match. Nice takeover there by Myles. Going for the cover, kick out there by Charlie. Daze, we need to figure out soon if Ricky is going to stay in NXT or not. Him being off TV is not going to be good for the momentum. He'll be fine, but honestly, I think he'll be fine. I mean, I personally would keep him in NXT, and I'd give him a run with the NXT Championship. So I wouldn't move with him. But if Triple H really is looking to rebuild, if he really is using this year and Cena's retirement year, if he's thinking to himself, you know, I've got Cena for 30-odd dates, I don't really need to worry about ratings for 30-odd occasions. What I need to do is worry about 2026 when I'm not going to have Cena and Roman's still going to be part-time. I need to make sure my pieces are ready for then. I need to build for the future. If that's what he's thought and that's why 2025 is a bit mid because we're building, I can sort of understand that. But by that logic, he may want Ethan, Ricky being called up. He might want to move. And we've seen some big call-ups in the women's division. Fraxium have gone up as well. So we haven't seen that wave of male stars yet. We haven't seen the men go up, but that could be a wave that's on the way. We could see Oba, Trick, Ricky, Ethan go up. I mean, that would be a wave, wouldn't it? That would be a big wave. To call up the 4 girls, Fraxium, and then those 4 guys. I mean, you are really shifting the landscape of WWE's main roster if you do that. Charlie in control. A big part of the hype around 2025 was Cena's retirement. Now that we've got it and seen how disappointing it's been, it's not a surprise that WWE is in a bit of a rough spot, says Brony. Jared said Cena might be around. He said he's retiring from in-ring. That's true. I mean, but to be honest, he'll go and do a lot of films, won't he? I mean, he'll come in and do the odd appearance, but he's not going to be doing regular appearances. He's kind of put a lot of projects on hold and moved stuff around to be able to, you know, have this year. Kick out. Oh, down. Going for the pin. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Myles. That is the problem with rounds matches, is that Myles has basically just beaten Charlie Dempsey in quite quick fashion. Sinclair and Tavian are arguing over the one bucket. It's Ren gets it. Ren, what's she want now? She's not letting him have the bucket. Okay, there's a bit of confusion. So I think Ren is kind of giving both people water and... Why have they done that? Why have they decided this is... I suppose they're trying to really get across the fact that they're all in the same group. It would have made a lot more sense if, like, Tavian was in the one corner and Ren was in the other. Instead, we've got Tavian responsible for the towel and Ren responsible for the water. And it doesn't show this group in a great light, does it? If they can't even work out how to do the corner work. Right, Charlie is in control at the moment. He's got the head of Myles, and we are at commercial break. What are the chances that we get WWE superstars challenging for the AAA Mixed Tag Team Championships? Could happen. I mean, I think they would have announced it for Worlds Collide, but I mean, everything's open, everything's available. You didn't see too many main roster stars going to NXT UK, though. There was definitely some times where we had some people go. I remember, I think Finn Balor showing up. And so, you know, we did a couple of bits, but yeah, you know, AAA is it's such a weird one, honestly, because it's quite low down the pecking order. It's going to feed NXT, so it's more like the Evolve level. I put Evolve on the same level as NXT UK. It's, you know, basically NXT UK fed NXT. Evolve feeds NXT. AAA's going to feed NXT. So it's that next level down. But equally, it's Mexico, and it's a very proud promotion in its own right. And we've got a lot of luchadors that we can use. So having, like, Rey Mysterio show up is not a massive shock. Having Phoenix Penta go there and is not a shock. So it's a real weird one. It's really strange. So I would say best to not rule anything out. Best to not rule anything out. I think very possible you could have superstars go and compete for mixed titles. Yes, very, very possible. Getting caught. Boom. Thrown down, going for the pin. 2. Shoulder up. The corner confusion is adding some much-needed comedy, especially after losing R-Truth, says Mike. Blue World Sonic said, Daze, I'm getting confused with this match between Charlie and Myles. You're getting confused, buds. One's got long hair and the other hasn't. There's Ren on the outside. She is concerned. At the moment, it's Myles winning 1-0. Do you think WWE will redesign the AAA belts? Example being Vikingo's title, said Taker 1990. I think they've got to be careful, but to be honest with you, there was a rumor that they were even thinking of calling it NXT Mexico. I don't think they're going to do that, but if they were going to do that, then the belts would have been redesigned, wouldn't they? So if that news is true, that they were considering calling it NXT Mexico, then yes, a redesign of the belts would have happened. So if they're going to keep it AAA, it's less likely the belts get redesigned. Less likely, but still a chance. They might want to put the WWE logo on it somewhere. And if they're going to do that, then yeah, we might see a bit of a redesign. I would be careful of doing all that kind of stuff, though, because this is a promotion with a very proud tradition. I don't know how long those designs have been around for, but could you imagine if we had the Winged Eagle, some company came in and changed it? I mean, you'd be livid. We might not think those belts, though, that belt looks that special, but AAA fans, they might think it is. So I'd be careful. So I'm not desperate to change the designs and anything. I'm not desperate for that. Lovely work there by Charlie Dempsey. At the end of the second round, whilst the ref was distracted, he gave a low blow. Ref didn't see it, but it was good work there by Charlie Dempsey. He's capitalised at the start of round 3. Whenever there's a pinfall, the round ends. So Charlie Dempsey's been able to get this back to 1-1. So commentators are just talking about how that was a cheap shot. Ren getting out the ring. Charlie in the corner. We got Myles over the other side. Charlie comes over. Drop kick. Myles goes down. It's 1-1 in round 4. I think it's a real shame that they had Charlie cheat to draw it level. Charlie's a great talent in his own right. We don't need to protect Myles here. Why not have it a really competitive match, both getting the better of each other? And, you know, if you want Myles to win in the end, then maybe do something, but... Knees coming in there. It's not going to be a good look if Myles wins after Charlie has cheated, you know. Charlie's cheated and it's still not enough to stop Myles. So having him cheat quite early in the match, I don't know. Not what I would have done. Nice stretch being applied there by Charlie. Charlie really smug, really proud. Elbows coming into the midsection there by... Charlie. Myles has got Charlie on his shoulders. Charlie goes down. Working on the arm. Big knee to the midsection. Myles goes down. Against ropes goes Charlie. Picked up. Thrown. Big back body drop. Big back body drop. Charlie over against the ropes. Big blows coming in. Big shots coming in. Charlie over by the ropes. Goes over the other side. Bang. Clothesline. Down goes Charlie. And again. Myles Bourne in control, belly to belly, looking to pick him up, throw him. Lovely. Digging deep. Myles showing up, showing out. Another belly to belly there by Myles. Myles coming over, grabbing Charlie, looking to pick him up. Slams him down again. Charlie down, Myles going for the cover. 1, 2. No joy. No joy. Round 4. I think there's 6 rounds, isn't there, in a rounds match? Round the back again. Picking him up, looking to go for another suplex. Couldn't get it. Charlie throwing in some shots to the midsection. I like that. I love that wrist control. So he's got the one arm behind the back, which just exposes all this. Myles can't defend himself. And so these blows are coming in. Looking really good. No, reversed. 1, 2. Lovely. Reversed again. No joy. Lovely roll through, but... Reversal count, a great 1, 2. Lots of quick pins. Looking for a backslide. Gets it. Charlie bridging. 1, 2. No, reversed. Myles 2. 20 odd seconds. Drop kick. Lovely stand-in drop. That was great. That was a really great stand-in drop kick. And he get. Myles gets the win with a stand-in dropkick. Why did he win as well, by the way? Was it a best of 3 falls type situation? With a drop kick. A drop kick. I mean, it was a lovely stand-in drop kick. It looked great. The drop kick of destiny. That's it. I mean, he's out of no quarter catch crew. So, well, this is a disaster for them, isn't it? Myles puts his hand out. I don't like any of that booking. I don't like any of that. None of that works for me. Myles Bourne wins, and he's now out the group. So it makes you wonder why those people have... Is he using a chair? Huh? You was never fully committed. You're out. So what? That's it. What? He's out. Huh? What the flip's going on? So hang on. Myles Borne wins the match after having no quarter catch crew helping him, and his prize is he now leaves that group, and he wins with the standing drop kick. Charlie Dempsey cheats to try and win, still doesn't win. So we've made Charlie Dempsey look like a clown. So we've clowned Charlie Dempsey. We've had Myles Borne win a match so that he's out of a group, even though the group were just helping him trying to win. None of that I like. Don't like any of that. And he won with the standing dropkick that they tried to dress up as like the dream dropkick. The money dropkick. It's not just any dropkick. It's M&S dropkick. It's a special dropkick. Yeah. It's a special dropkick. Okay. Then we go backstage. Izzy wallops Brooks Jensen with a chair. I thought that she was messing around. When she nailed him with the chair, I thought she was messing about, like, you should be more observant type thing. Watch your back, kid. You know, lesson learnt type thing. But she just went, he never fully bought in. She's just kicked him out the group. If you're not fully in, then you're out. And that's it. He's done. He's gone. And Sean Spears was like, yeah, you're right. What's going on? I feel better now. Nine Dark Holiday said, Braxton, go to bed. HBK is still trying to please you. Braxton, shout out to you. Bluey coming up later, buds. Bluey coming up later. Edward said, Daze, what time are we doing Hall of Fame? As we have been waiting a long time. I think I lost it because it was close when I last checked. It was very close. I've probably lost and I've not checked. We will do it at the end of the show. I said we would do it on the NXT stream. I didn't say when we would do it on the NXT stream. But we will do it at the end. Is there a chance I forget and turn the stream off without doing it? Yes. But that is a risk I'm willing to run. That is a risk I'm willing to run. But maybe we're watching Circus Delay. Dr. Luchadala said, I just got released from WWE. Time to go to AEW. Nightmare said, now we need The Rock to show up and say something confusing. He's going to show up and be like, guys, I'm a long gamer. I'm a long gamer. Yeah. Everything we do for a reason. If you don't believe that, that's fine. That's fine. I'm a long gamer. We're playing a long game. Like, lovely. Can we play? Can we play, please? We would like to join in. Yeah, it's true. That was wild, wasn't it, when he turned up and waffled? I mean, he waffled nearly like my level. He rocked up, had loads of time. I remember him like talking to people in the crowd at some point. Crazy. We don't need Rock. We've got something better. Ava, said Dr. Luchalala. Boomer said Braxton might be better off going nighty night tonight. God, we started off so well, and then that last match was just a bit strange from a booking perspective. What's this? There's a book about Mike Tyson that's available. Why am I being shown this? The Making of Mike Tyson book available now. Is it a book? I don't even know if it's a book. Ah, okay. No, Braxton, come back. It's not Bluey, but it is Tyra May Steele. Okay. I didn't watch LFG, so I've not seen much of this girl. Her gear looks so much better than when we last saw her in NXT. Is she giving out little Olympic medals? Ah, that's a good idea, isn't it? Yeah, I thought she'd given away the actual medal for a second. Yeah, sign me up. Oh, look at the focus. Yeah, I see you. I see your medal. I see you. That is attitude, isn't it? That is attitude. This should be good. She's going to murk Ariana Grace. She's going to murk her, mate. Right. It's so good to see Ariana Grace back wrestling. Here is Ariana. In a way, she's a little bit timeless, Tony Stormish, in the sense of it's very glamorous. I'm getting kind of 19. Well, I don't know what era I'm getting, actually. What era would this be? 20s? 30s? It's a bit timeless. But you got to be careful to not go into that gimmick, ain't you? Tyra May Steele on the outside. Just someone giving her some words of encouragement. We are underway. Okay, 63, 18, 9, and 8. Good 91 for the first opening contest. Oof. Ariana Grace going over. Getting caught there by Tyra May Steele going down. So, Ariana Grace down and, rolling over. Ariana Grace has got real potential to be like the next Chelsea Green. It's a high bar, but she is very fun. She goes over against the ropes. 9. Holly said, Grace is like a young Chelsea Green. I hear you. I hear you. But just wrapped up in like a 1920s... aesthetic. Nice throw as Ariana Grace goes down. Tyra May Steele comes over, grabs Ariana with a big boot there to Tyra. Tyra going into the corner. Right, I don't even know where I am with anything. I think we need to do a poll, don't we, for the Dempsey match. Dempsey versus Bourne. Yeah, and let's get this done quick, so I don't think this match is going to last long. Ariana. A 1 count. Do you know who I am? I'm Miss NXT. Oh, slap coming in there by Ariana. Look at Tyra, nodding, smiling. No, thank you. Clothesline. And again, down goes Ariana. She picks her up. She's got a lovely energy about her. Oh, lovely throw. Look at us, like, screaming out. Headband might be slipping a little bit. Bang. 1, 2, Bridges. Gets it. Tyra May Steele. She's interesting. She's interesting because she bounces around, she smiles, and then there's times where she goes all psychosis. There's times where she's like deadpan and serious, but then there's times where she's like, yeah. You don't know what you're going to get out of her. Fun. Good. Sign me up. Quick, short, what we expected. Nice little showcase. I like the entrance. I like the fact she gave out a little medal. They're just showing a replay of JC. It was crazy. Right, get in your thoughts. What was that last match? It was Tyra. versus Ariana. Okay. So, Dempsey, Borne, get your votes in. Oh, how long's this been going? 2 minutes. I'm ending it. I'm ending the poll. You might all be shocked, but I'm not. Get in your 6, 5. Get in your scores for Tyra, Ariana. So many matches. It's coming thick and fast, isn't it? Do you know we've already had 54 minutes? 54 minutes. Right. Still got money in the bank up on screen. Lovely. Right, Leyland said best cinematic matches, Boneyard match, supermarket fight, House of Horrors match, bar fight. Which did you like? Cinematic matches. You got to say Funhouse as well. I mean, that's a lot of people's favourite. I think, honestly, I enjoyed cinematic matches, but I enjoyed... It's got to be Boneyard, didn't it? Undertaker's last ever match, and it was great. I did have a couple of little niggles about it, just a couple of things that, you know, it was great. I celebrated it. We really loved it at the time, but there's just a couple of little niggles I've got about it, just minor things where which I would have tweaked, I would have changed. But yeah, I really like that. We were talking about the Money in the Bank thing as well, you know, where they actually did Money in the Bank at the headquarters. Love that as well. Really love that. So yeah, there was quite a few. Supermarket one is a great shout actually from back in the day. A lot of people forget about the supermarket. Well, they don't forget, but when you think cinematic, you tend to think pandemic. You think 2000, 2001. But yeah, going all the way back to when we actually did... You could even include the Backlot Brawl from WrestleMania with Roddy and Goldust. You could even include that. So, yeah, there's quite a few that you can add. House of Horrors and things like that. But, I don't know. Undertaker's last match. You got to go with that, haven't you? Justin said, I enjoyed the Boneyard match and the Firefly Funhouse match. Scottish Nightmare said the supermarket was just a brawl. Yeah, but it's still fun, isn't it? Still good. Like, there's something really exciting. Like, I would love to see them do, like, if Toys R Us was still around, could you imagine if we had Ethan, because he used to do toy, I think he still does, but he could go and do a toy hunt, and then you could have someone attack him in a Toys R Us. Like, it is just a brawl in a place, but... There's something really fun about having a fight in a place where that should not be happening. Like, you see bar fights. That's pretty standard, right? So, you know, that one is okay. But, like, seeing it in a supermarket, you know? And, of course, then you can grab produce and you can use items, produce, and you can use stuff like that, right? And that is... great. That's a really exciting way of, like, you know, using like a frozen turkey or something. So if you did it in like a Toys R Us, if you did it in a toy shop, then of course, like, you could grab figures, you could be grabbing stuff, you could be getting, imagine like a Nerf gun. So, I mean, like, it gives you opportunity to do fun things like that. So, yeah, I'm down for that. I'd be down for, like, I always thought Tiffany should have had a fight in a shopping centre. I always thought we should have done something like that. But, like, a toy shop could have been really fun. And the supermarket was a brawl, but, yeah, it gives you opportunity to do some fun stuff. Smacking someone over the head with a frozen pizza. Let's go. Here's Mike Santana. We're almost done with the first hour, you know. Now it's time to get busy. Trick William, look at all these chains. Tonight I've... His voice just broke. Tonight I fight for... Oh my God. I'm going to fight for my baby girl at home. Tonight. He put a bit of extra in that tonight. Tonight. There was a little moment there where it was like, tonight. Fatal influence. Here we go. Here we go. JC Jane, you deserve it. You deserve it. I like this group. I like them because I think they always had potential, and then it looked like they were going to split them up. And then they pulled the old swerveroo by it actually being like this big plan, you know? There's the NXT Women's Champion, JC Jane, making her way down. Stepped up, says Booker. Come here. Go away. Look at the arrogance. Oh, Booker's getting excited. Look at her. Jeez. You deserve it. You deserve it. The little JC chant there. She smudged her lipstick, though. Love that for her. You can't get on the bandwagon now that I'm champ. Like I was gonna say. It was shocking. The looks on all your faces said it all. You're the most fickle group of wrestling fans. Do you know who wasn't shocked? Me. You called me the third wheel? I got better and I stayed ready. Shut your mouths! Yeah, listen up. Listen to the champ. Disrespectful. We started in this business together. After a long discussion, I'm interested to see who's that? Who's Lainey Reed? Who's this? James, who's this? I know who this is. Who's Lainey Reed? Who the flip's this? me have a look. Lainey Reeds, currently signed to WWE under the name Lainey Reeds. She made her debut back in 2024 on an episode of NXT Level Up. It's Jordan. Right. Okay, who's coming out now? Is this Jada? Here's Jada. Baby, you had your chance. Okay, so there's a lot of people circling around it, but I don't know why we've had this Lainey girl arrive. Here's Kalani. Yeah, I mean, this is what you would do, honestly. You would want to have a lot of... Here's Lash. Lash, Lash, Lash. I mean, Lola, Lash, Jada. Oh, this is Thea. Thea's arrived. Hell's bells. Bang! Into the barricade goes Jada. I've got all these security coming down, separating them. Lights gone out. Lights. Have we lost power? What's happened? Over in the crowd. Over in the crowd. Is that Mariah? No, it's not Mariah. Is that Mariah? Is that Mariah? What? Is that Mariah? Isn't she still under contract? What? Isn't she still under a deal? What's happening? You can call me the next NXT Women's Champion, but what's her name? They've not put a graphic up. What? I don't know what she's going by. Surely it's going to be Mariah May, but I am floored. I didn't even know she was available. I'm not shocked that she's in. I'm shocked she's in now. Oh, my brain's like trying to find the contract information, but it's later this year, isn't it? Isn't it later this year? Isn't it later this year that her contract's up? Well, no, is the answer. It's flipping, do you know what I mean? I wonder if it was meant to be later this year, but Tony Khan has turned around and gone, do you know what? If you're not interested in being here, I'm not interested in having you here. Just go. I wonder if there's been an agreement or something like this. Another fumble by Tony said, like, she wanted to go, though. She wanted to go. I've not heard any... I mean, there's been plenty of rumours of her coming in eventually, but nothing that she's in now. Thank you, Braxton. But Daze, that wasn't Bluey. Oh, sorry. Braxton, sorry, mate. I thought that was Bluey. Do you know, honestly, I was looking at her and I really thought in my mind, I was like, is that someone that looks like Mariah May? Do you know what I mean? Like, is that someone that just looks a bit like her? I was even hesitant to say it because I was like, people are going to be like, that's not Mariah May, you idiot. But I'm like, I know I don't watch AEW, but I've seen enough of Mariah May to know what she looks like. And that really does look like her. But I've not heard any news that she's coming into WWE right now. There's no word on that, no rumor on that. It's not been in any unseens. There's been no word on it. And my understanding was that her contract was up later in the year. Mariah is going to be legit in NXT. Listen, if you don't know who that is absolutely fine. Because she was someone that I was not aware of until she went to AEW. And then she just had a fantastic feud with Tony Storm. And word on the street was she was going to come to NXT and she didn't want to stay with AEW. And wow, what a great signing. What a brilliant signing. I'm really pleased that that's got over the line. I don't think there was much doubt that they were going to be able to do it because she really wanted to come over. Apparently she wasn't going to re-sign a new deal with AEW. So it's not that she's here that's the big shock. It's just now. It's just now. Wow, that's such a good replacement. That's such a good replacement. We've lost some girls, and we said Mariah May would be ultimately a good sign-in for them, a good replacement. But now, that's crazy. I'm flooded right now. I thought she would be saved for Great American Bash, said Nathan. NYC said, how long will AEW last? That's the big question. Oh, I think they're fine. I mean, they've got money. They've just signed a new deal last year, which is a multi-year deal. I think they're absolutely fine. I think the numbers they were generating before were well above kind of what they needed. So now that it's kind of dipped down, I think they're still fine, honestly. I don't know where they are in 10 years, but like for the next 2-3 years, they're absolutely fine. Mariah gets it, said K-Dub. Good for her. There's Callie. There's Stevie. There's the Evolve. Who's going to step up to me? Kendall Gray is. Do it, Kendall. Oh, mate, that was so good last week. That was so good. Do you know, we've had a couple of little moments on this show that's been a bit of a head scratcher, a little bit of a like, why have they done that? But right, so they're saying Ricky Saints is actually legit injured. Mate, I could see this being a faction. Ethan as the leader with these guys kind of backing him up. Like, this just looks so good. This works. Let's go take care of them right now. Nah, we're cooking again. Guys, we're cooking again. We knew as soon as Fatal Influence were going to walk out that the show was saved. Bam, ba-dam, bam. Right. Let's get rid of this, because this is still the Tyra Ariana thing. God, what the bonkers, isn't it? Bonkers. Here's Dragon Lee. 60, 18, 11, 8. The in-ring has not set the pulses racing for you tonight, but yeah, honestly, it doesn't need anything else. Mariah May being on the show. Done. Tick. Episode done. I can turn it off a happy man right now. Right, this is going to be, I think it's an 8-person, isn't it? Right. Made by Dawn said, I've heard of Mariah, but I don't watch AEW, so I'm not familiar. Honestly. Oh my God, who's in the crowd? Who's that? Who's that boomer with the hand puppet? Who's got the hand puppet? There's a dude with a hand puppet. I'm not even making it up. You can't even turn away for a second. Flipping turn back, there's a dude with a hand puppet lizard. Not even making it, he had a hand puppet. It was a lizard. He was stroking it. What was his name? Captain Weirdo. Captain Strange. Oh, they're not going to show him again, are they? Can I go back? I'm willing to sacrifice whatever's about to happen just to witness that again. Flippin'. Show me the hand puppet, man. Dragon Lee came out. Right. He even stuck his tongue out like the hand. Mr. Iguana is his name. Mr. Iguana. Dude was sat there with a hand puppet stroking it, and he was sticking his own tongue out. He's called Mr. Iguana. Oh, God. Triple A's the best. It's the best. We've been watching the wrong promotion. I've wasted all these years. So good. So good. He's wrestling this weekend. Really, Mr. Iguana? Yes. And we're going to watch him this weekend at Worlds Collide. We get to watch him in a match. I didn't even see what the match is, but it's like Dragon Lee and some other boomers. I don't, honestly, it could have been sat next to Bruno Sammartino and flipping Undertaker. If you've got a dude with an iguana puppet on his hand that has got green face paint on and he's sticking his tongue out, how am I meant to concentrate on anything else? How am I even meant to watch this match? How am I meant to care about anything in wrestling anymore? I love how WWE have put a tweet out going, look who's here. As if we're meant to know who Mr. Iguana is. Guys, look who's here. Look at this. For any of you boomers that for whatever reason are not flipping watching, look at Mr. Iguana. See, I didn't flipping make it up. I didn't make it up. He's stroking his hand puppet. So who is it? It's Dragon Lee, Cruz del Toro, and Lince Dorado taking on Aerostar, Mr. Iguana, and I can't see because the flipping text is in the way. Look at it. It looks like he's ready for War Games. War Games. Oh my God, where's the Mr. Iguana merch? Where is the Mr. Iguana merch? What's that called? What's the... What does he call it? Is that Mr. Iguana or is that Mr. Iguana? And why is he wearing glasses? Do iguanas wear glasses? It's just the best. NXT is just the best. It's the best show of the week, isn't it? Of the year. It's the best show of the year. Mariah May has arrived. Then Mr. Iguana arrived. Kicks coming in by Tag Being Mates. Ricky was in there, but Ethan in there now. They're taking on Legado's dads. Jake said, this is awful. Watch next week. Daze appear with a hand puppet. Going up over the top to the outsides. Sean Legacy. God, they really like Sean Legacy, and you can really see why. Over the top to the outside. Tag Being Mates. Going up, over, boom, comes crashing down. I want to see what Sean Ross Sapp's saying about Mariah May. Mariah May shows up in NXT. She's arrived. She appeared on Tonight. I thought Mariah would be at Evolution at the earliest. The Mariah May pop was insane. Let's effing go. Mariah May has made a debut. Yeah, I mean, obviously everyone's talking about the pop. Debuting immediately after her deal had expired. I'm stunned, honestly. I didn't think her deal had expired. My brain was obviously having a battle with itself, where I'm like, I know it looks like Mariah May, but it can't be Mariah May. My brain was so confused. This half was saying one thing, that half was going, no. Idiot. It can't be. And this brain's going, well, it is. These two sides don't like each other. That's what we've learned. You shut up. No, you shut up. I'm telling you, it's Mariah. It can't be. I'm pretty sure she's still under her contract. Well, look at the screen. Who do you think that is? Shawn Michaels in a dress. No, but it could be someone from LFG. We haven't watched LFG. Oh, and they look exactly like Mariah, do they? Yeah, but you're going to look an idiot if you say it's Mariah and it's not Mariah. But it is Mariah! Imagine that in, like, half a second. Oh, this boy is bouncy, mate. This boy is bouncy. Let's go, Javon. Yeah. I feel so alive. This is what Mr. Iguana does. This is what Mr. Iguana does. You show me a man stroking a hand puppet. It's all I need. It's all I need. Some people need oxygen. Not this guy. I can live without oxygen. But I can't live without a boomer stroking a hand puppet on a wrestler. Kick coming in there by Ethan. There's a trademark that's recently purchased for Mariah, said 9.Holiday. Well, I don't know. I don't think she said her name. So they absolutely could be changing that name. Bang over into the corner goes Javon. Javon goes down. Trying to find his way over. God, it's so weird, isn't it? Seeing like Mariah May, Jordan Grace, kind of in the same. One from TNA, one from AEW. Imagine if Julia was still around. She would be in from Stardom and Marigold, and we've got some NXT originals like Jada Parker, and it's just a real melting pot. Mr. Iguana, watching on. Daze, what's the most famous celebrity you've met? I just figured out I'm 6 degrees away from Albert Einstein. Are you, birds? Are you? Most famous celebrity? Well, I met the Queen. I saw Princess Diana, but I mean, I didn't meet her. I saw her in person. She came to Stourbridge. Drop kick. Boom, nice suplex. I don't think I can beat a member of the royal family, to be honest. Shoulder up. I told my Robert Plant story, lead singer of Led Zeppelin. I didn't meet him. I was stuck behind him, but I didn't meet him. Don't know. That's a good question for the chat, isn't it? James said, Daze, prepare for another shizzy day. There's some more releases on the way. Oh, where's that from, James? Where's that from? Daze casually dated the Queen. She was the best. She was the best. She took extra special care of my bishop. Oh, lovely. 2. Shoulder up. I met Spit the dog, as it said VO. Did you? That would be like meeting Timmy Mallet. Nice work here by... Corey just talking about the future of Evolve. Jackson keeping Javon grounded. Mariah May copyrighted, no issue, Mariah May, said Coach Co. So she's going to be able to keep the Mariah May name, is she? I don't remember her saying Mariah May. I don't remember her saying her name. She might have done. I was still on the floor. Bang, kick coming in. I've tagged you in a tweet about releases, says Brony. Okay, thank you. Wrestling news, more releases may be coming. Let's have a look. Brian Alvarez discussed recent departures and hinted more could be on the way. Highlighting changes to the Miz's social media thing. Sean Ross Sapp said that's not connected. Alvarez noted after Logan's contract expired, she announced a departure. He has been told others, might be others as well, so it might not be the end. The discussion turned to Miz. Oh no, he got caught on the ropes. Laredo, sit down powerbomb. 2, save. Lovely work there by Ethan. I'm a little bit torn as to whether there's anything to this. If you read the article, Brian Alvarez is saying that there could be more, and they're talking about the Miz. But yesterday, Sean Ross Sapp said the Miz thing isn't anything, or certainly nothing at the moment. Sean Ross Sapp seems to have found out the Miz hasn't been told anything. Jackson Drake crashing down. We'll have to wait and hope that it isn't. 1, 2, Sean Legacy. Oh my God, super late. Why is it that they are running it so close? 1, 2. Should that have been a 3? I think we should ask Mr. Iguana what he thinks. If he says that should be a 3, we should end the match right now. NXT. This match kind of rules, says Mitchell. It is bonkers. It is fun. Clothesline to the outsides. Going up. Javon against the ropes. Big air! Look at Javon! Oh my God! Oh my God! That was kind of fun how he went over the top rope, went up to the camera. So he goes straight over and up to the camera. And Let's go. That came across very well, Javon. Very well. I received the energy that you was providing. Big boot. This match does rule. But you're going to get that when you've got Evolve talent involved, because Evolve's the best. It's why we watch on a Wednesday. This is nothing compared to what we watch on Evolve. It's like this every Wednesday. Oh, Brad Baylor going up. Big chop. Look at this Brad Baylor battling away with Dragon Lee. It's mental, innit? Now, we were talking about this being a big melting pot. We got some 20-year-old kid from Evolve battling away with Dragon Lee. Got him up. Plants him down, goes for the pin. 2, 3, and the 20-year-old kid just lost. Fun match, though. Fun match. That boy is bouncy. Dragon Lee, Sean Legacy, Laredo Kids, and Javon. Tree of Woe. Tree of Woe. An Operation Dragon puts them away. Don't blink. Word of advice for people watching. Don't blink. There is Tricky Willie. He's going to be defending. God, this has turned into such a good show. I sort of feel like Dark State Chase U was short. Dempsey Borne was weird. I think that's when we kind of hit a bit of a lull. And then, since then, to the moon. Saturday night's main events. HBK killing it with NXT, said K-Dub. Next week's NXT is going to be unmissable. Can't wait to see what they do with Mariah May. James said, for me, Mariah versus Tony was feud of the year. Sean said Ethan Page and Vanity Project would immediately become the best faction in NXT. Cullen, No Quarter Catch Crew, Dark State, Ethan and that gang are giving Evolution and Legacy vibes. I really like them together. I think Ethan would be a natural leader for a group. I think that Swipe Right are a great tag team. That are just going to really continue to improve. And, you know, I mean, to think they're like, I think they're 20, 21, and they're so good. So, like, yeah, putting them in there. And Jackson Drake, I believe his name is I don't know loads about him. He would be the one that I'm like, I'd need to be brought a bit more up to speed with. But we've seen him a few times in Evolve. And it's fine. I can't really provide much more than saying it's fine. You could probably change him for someone else if you so wanted. But, yeah, I think that group's definitely got something about them. And actually, they've got Zayda Steele as well, who is a kind of bratty, young, blonde. I was going to say Roxanne type, but she's got real potential. And, you know, she could be the female in this thing as well, because she is the female in Vanity Project. I don't know why she wasn't out there, actually. You'd imagine that she would have been out there at ringside offering support. Just a great way of getting her on TV, really. But so I don't know why she wasn't out there. But, yeah, I think that's got legs. Hannah said Days not related, but with tomorrow being Global Running Day, what the hell's that? What are some things you do to relieve stress? Global Running Day. As streaming can be overwhelming, but you do it like a pro. Shout out to you, says Hannah. Well, that's very kind, Hannah. Thank you. I don't know what Global Running Day is. There's nothing stressful about streaming. This isn't stressful. Sitting here and chatting with you guys is a pleasure. There's no I don't get stressed doing this. So there's not really a need to kind of unwind, honestly. I think when does this get stressful? I think when you've just got so much, like, I need to do predictions, I need to get the game ready for the members, I need to figure out how I'm going to do the money in the bank aspect of the game, I need to get the stream set up for this weekend, I need to do that, I need to get up to date with Unseen. So it nothing I do is stressful. I suppose the only thing that's stressful is trying to keep on top of all the jobs you have to do. Because, again, everything from Twitter to Facebook to emails, you know, not that I'm good at keeping on top of any of these things, but all of it is just one person, me. So there's no, like, secret worker behind the scenes. There's no video editor. There's no thumbnail creator. There's no social media manager. There's none of that. So... yeah, it's. I think that's the only thing that can get a bit stressful. Is just trying to keep on top of all the jobs. But to unwind, I don't really do anything, honestly. I tell you what, I have really enjoyed doing though. Right, if you want a little glimpse into that side of my life, I've really enjoyed putting music onto my computer. I've got all these CDs around, and I've really enjoyed like putting them onto my computer. Because sometimes you want to listen to something, like maybe an album. I've got, like, dance albums, you know, like these Ministry... Oh, that's a bad example. Or this kind of soul collection, you know. R&B soul music. You might want to listen to that. So, like, I've really enjoyed going through my CDs and putting the music on. So, probably that to unwind, honestly. That's as exciting as I get. Look at the size of this boomer. Look at Troy. He's bigger than Obafemi. That's going to be a meat match, isn't it? Oh, there's Tatum. Why is the doll naked? It's filth. Pervert. Tatum's turned into a pervert. Here's Izzy. She doesn't have any friends. You've seen what I do to people that cross me. Tony, we've got this story as well. Oh, God, it's so good. This is just the best. Here's Luca. Don't trust him. Don't trust him, Tony. Yeah. No. I understand. You don't trust me. He sorted a match against High Rise, and that's meant to prove something. With all due respect, we're not really a family anymore. If I'm Tony, I'm whacking Luca. If I'm wrong, I'll live with it. I'll live with it. I ain't running the risk. I'll get a new family, better family, sexier family. I'm trying to save the Riz though. Is anyone going back for the Riz? Is anyone going back for the Riz? Global Running Day is where you go outside and you jog or you run to lower stress. It celebrates the sport of running worldwide. Never heard of it, but I believe you. I've never heard of it. Here's Mike Santana. If WWE books her right, Sol Ruka will be a superstar. Book her as a badass beep. Wrestling Russ. Here we go. Mike Santana coming through the crowds. This is the man that's looking to save TNA. It's a hard mission, isn't it? It's a hard task to try and get the NXT crowd to cheer against the NXT superstar. Ah, Elijah's there. God, we love putting people in the crowd, don't we? We flipping love it. We love it. Isn't it crazy to think that is Elias? Elias just in the crowds. I mean, he was never the biggest star, but, you know, we used him a lot on the main roster. You missed the super chats. Thank you, James. Oh, yeah, it did slip past, didn't it? It did slip past. In fact, there's a few that have slipped past, which is very unusual. It's not just Jared, but also Robbie, Nine Doc Holiday. I don't know what's happened there. There's been an admin error, and I'd like you to know that we will be investigating. But Robbie said, will we see an NXT, TNA, AAA, Legends at Evolution? NXT, yes. Legends, yes. AAA, I'm not sure. I don't think we need to fill the numbers out, but you could have someone there as a representative just to kind of tick the box. TNA, again, you could have Masha there to tick the box. I don't think we need it to make up the numbers. You could absolutely fill... I mean, you don't even need Legends. When we did the first one, we had Legends to kind of fill up the numbers. We don't even need Legends now, honestly. It's stacked. Absolutely stacked. Main roster, NXT, done. But, you know, should you sort of tick the box? I mean, I'm trying to think. When we did it in 2018, I don't know if NXT UK was running. And I don't know if we represented them. My answer is going to be NXT, 100%. Legends, 100%. TNA would be the next likely. I think AAA, the least likely. They might put one person from each of the shows. Probably whoever the AAA Women's Champ is. And I would think Masha at the moment. Masha Slamovich. They might have those on the card to represent. Nine Dark Holiday said TNA needs to head to Tubi so that Tricky Williams can rocket TNA. I don't know where is TNA. I don't even know where you watch it. I don't know what channel it's on. I think, do you have to watch like TNA Plus or something? So yeah, I don't know quite where you go to watch it. I don't know where you find it. I like Tubi though. We watched Tubi on for Evolve. I've still not got round to sorting out an ad blocker, but that's okay. It's been working fine, hasn't it? You know, I'm a little bit out of sync with people. I think people understand. I mean, the way Tubi works is they just seem to randomly drop. They just seem to randomly drop adverts in, so it just sort of throws things out, really. So it's not perfect. It's not like watching NXT or Raw. I think there's a bit more disruption involved. But by and large, I think people are okay with it. I think people understand. I really enjoy the show. So, I mean, even when we couldn't stream the 1 week because they stopped showing it on YouTube, I went and caught up with it, signed up for Tubi and watched it and found it myself. So... looking forward to tomorrow. We're crowning the men's champion tomorrow. We're going to crown the men's champion tomorrow. I believe that's right. That we're crowning the men's champ tomorrow. So, Yeah, we did the women's champ last week. Really fun. Didn't know which way it was going to go. Callie Armstrong picking up the win. I think Super Sean Legacy has got to be favourite. But to be honest, they're using him so much on NXT. Maybe his time in Evolve has come to an end. Here's the breakdown. So Saturday, Worlds collide at 3 Eastern. 2.5 hours later, we've got the countdown. Then we've got Money in the Bank at 7. And then there is a post-show after Money in the Bank. So really, Worlds Collide starts at 3 Eastern. Money in the Bank 7 Eastern. It's pretty much straight the way through, innit? Here's the card. Stephanie and Lola against Alice and Chick Tormentor. Dallas, and Chick Tormentor. Then we've got Ethan, Ray Phoenix, Laredo Kid, and Javon Evans. It's all going to be on YouTube, this, apparently. Worlds Collide. Oh, I thought they were going to show us the graphic for Mr. Iguana. That's what I was waiting for. Jared, apologies for the delay, Jared. There's been a horrible admin error. It will be investigated, and I want you to know that action will be taken. Jared said the last 5 minutes has had us all wait. What? Huh? What? It's been great, isn't it? It's been great. Considering, like, at one point we were thinking this might be a rare miss of an episode. Because really, when it comes to NXT, if it is going to be a bit off, it is going to be a rare miss. And there was a few signs earlier, it's like, this might not be it. But no, this is very much it. This is very much it. Now we've got Trick versus Mike Santana. And this is going to be our main event. Jesus! I didn't even realise it was as late as what it is. Dude, this show has gone by really quick. Jared said, it's okay, Daze. I know that you are busy. Jared, it's no excuse, and I'm not going to even though you've offered that as an excuse for me to take, I'm not taking it. It's not acceptable. Mistakes have been made. But we got there, Jared. We got there, and I think our friendship is going to survive. At least it is this end. I can only pray it is that end. Here is Mike Santana getting his intro. Nine Dark Holiday said Mariah May and Iguana Man is Daze's mug also made NXT. I don't have mugs. I don't know what you would call this. I probably do need a brand, like some sort of branded Wrestling Daze mug. That'd be quite good, wouldn't it? James Chadwick's face. That's not a shot, is it? That's not a shot, James. Because I could also have a William Hensey. We could have one for everyone in the community, and like Pokemon, you got to collect them all. Right, here we go. TNA Championship on the line. Elijah is in the crowd watching. What score is NXT going to be today, said Davids. I am in the 7s. I don't know that I'm at an 8. I don't think I'm at an 8. I think there was enough of a concern earlier where we went down and then we went, but I can't really forget that bit of the journey, you know? It's a little bit like, imagine you're on a plane and you take off and it's all a bit rocky and you're like, oh, I don't like this. And then, like, you know, you kind of, you know, they tell you to take the seatbelt off and then it comes back on again. Like, ladies and gentlemen, if you would, the pilot has just instructed you to put the seatbelt back on. And you'd be like, oh. I wasn't a big fan of the takeoff, and now we got to put the seatbelt back on. But then you get up, and it's great, and the food's great, and the service is great, and the film you watched made you laugh, and it's all brilliant. But I don't know, when you land, you'd be like, yeah, good flight, but I wasn't. Do you remember that bit at the? I wasn't keen on that. And that's my review of tonight's NXT. What are they chanting? Santana. I thought they were chanting, take it off, take it off, take it off. I was like, what are they chanting that for? But it was Santana, Santana, Santana. In my mind, that was take it off. Do you know why? I think it's because of the Masked Singer. I don't watch it, but no, that is now in my head as take it off, take it off. Flipping hate that show. I hate it. So many times they take it off and you're like, who's that? I thought it was Richard Attenborough, but it's not. Who's that? Trick Williams coming over, throwing in a kick. Guys, we need to dial in. Come on. Trick, you suck chants. So we got loud Santana chants and Trick, you suck chants. He did sort of blast the crowd last week, but I'm very surprised. I'm still riding with Trick. I don't mind if Santana wins, though. I do think that a TNA star should have the TNA title, so I don't mind Santana winning, but I am not abandoning Trick Willie. Tricky Willie. Oh, and Trick Willie moves out the way. Elijah pointing, just having a few words there with Trick's like, nah, Trick's like, forget this. Yeah. The more the crowd have a go at Trick, the more he's going to have a go back. It's just a vicious circle, isn't it? Over the top. Boom. Down on Trick. Trick goes down. Santana over the top. Big Time said, don't get me wrong, I'm thrilled Mariah May is here, but the NXT women are going to be on the bench again because they've brought in free agents of Julia, Stephanie, Jordan, and Mariah, and they get the red carpets. Listen, it's about bringing in the best. NXT should be the best that is out there because that best needs to... Iron sharpens iron. Having experience around from different parts of the world is only going to help those that are training with them. And listen, you got to rise to the top. I think the thing is, if you're in NXT, if you're a trainer and you see someone like Kalani, and Kalani is good, she can do some stuff and she's making progress and you can see a future star there. If you're a trainer in NXT, you're going to know enough about what to look for. You're going to know, like, okay, how's the promos? How's the selling? What's the moveset like? What's the agility like? What's the strength like? What's the character like? What's the presentation like? Blah, 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 blah. And, you know, she's ticking some of those boxes, but she just doesn't have the name recognition. Then you're going to make sure she gets opportunity. You know, you're going to make sure you're not going to just push her to the side and whatever. Cream rises to the top. So Mariah May has come in. We can bring other people in. And listen, we're going to showcase who is worth showcasing. That cream will rise to the top. And I'll sit here and give you a name of someone that was good enough for the main roster, but didn't make it because of being overshadowed, you know? I would struggle to think of a name. I think if you don't make it, then you've not took your opportunity. You've not ticked the boxes. Boom, face first into the commentary table. I'm glad that NXT is fun as hell. The main event has been lacking a little bit lately, said Alex. Well, we're at commercial break right now. They've just, Santana's been smashing Trick into the side of this commentary table. What about the women that have been busting their ass at the PC for 2-3 years? I can imagine it being a bummer when a big name comes in and gets everything says big time. Yeah, but I mean, you are constantly fighting. If you're why would you ever think anything would be handed to you? I mean, if you're a female talent and you're at the performance center, you are working to build your brand and make progress. And, you know, if you've got a connection with the crowds, you're not just now going to be completely pushed to the side, are you? Mariah May's come in. That doesn't mean catering for you, Kalani. Catering for you, Jada Parker. I mean, Jada Parker, Kalani was still getting opportunities when we had Stephanie and all of those girls around. So the idea that women are just going to come in and just that's it, all the homegrown girls are just pushed to the side now, I don't agree with that. I think that in the wrestling business, it's hard. It's constantly hard. You're constantly fighting. Boom, big boot. You have to be undeniable. And we've seen it. Even when you get to the main roster, that fight doesn't end. Look at Carrion and the fight he's got on the main roster. You constantly fight him. Carrion's constantly battling to get on TV, and he's having to deal with Penta coming in. He's having to deal with Phoenix coming in. He's having to deal with Aleister Black coming in. This never stops. This isn't just an NXT thing. Ain't no one responsible for your career more than you. Have to take ownership. Ain't nothing handed. Trick going over. Santana down. Rumors has it that Mariah took a pay cut from AEW and what they were paying her. There's also a YouTube video package with her and Tony Storm feud said taken 1990. Brony said there's still a mid-card title in NXT. Even if the main event got clogged, there's always a step below for Kalani, Sol, Zarya. Yeah, but I think as not even that, but yeah, there is that. But not even that, you know, if you're on TV and you can get like the crowd, I mean, like someone like Sol Ruka is not going to get overshadowed. People love Sol Ruka, and she's got the Soul Snatcher, and she's really popular. And you could bring in Mariah, you could bring in someone from Japan, you could bring in someone from England, you could bring in these people. Sol Ruka is still going to get opportunity, still going to get TV time. On the feet, kick coming in, bang. Against the ropes goes Santana. Another kick coming in. Another kick. These two exchanging into got 4 minutes to go. Shot to the midsection. Big blow. Against the ropes goes Trick. Whoa! Jesus! Didn't love it. Didn't love it. It was okay, actually. From the different angle, it looked not as bad. The one angle looked like he'd really took some of that on his head. The other angle didn't look so bad. He's back up on his feet. Referee checked on Trick. Everything looks okay. These guys having to really dig deep. Shot coming in there by Santana. Trick going down. Trying to get back up. James said TNA is on Access TV. TNA Plus app in UK and international, and Sportsnet in Canada. Even though I know you're not bothered, but you did ask. I asked. I wanted to know. I won't be watching, but there might be people that want to know. So thank you, appreciate it. Where is it in the UK? TNA Plus app. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Right now we've got Santana going over. Beat that Trick. This crowd's are not having it. I wonder if Santana coming through the crowds made a big difference. Going for the pin. 2. Hand on the rope. Finger on the rope. So good. Look at the bloods. Santana really thought he had that one. He can't believe that Trick just managed to get a finger on the rope. This crowd are so behind Santana. They are so with him. Beat that Trick chance. No, Trick gets out the ring. Trick to the outside. Crowds boo him. It's kind of crazy how Trick went from being so loved. Oh, hello. Grabs a guitar. Trashes it. Elijah. Okay, where's this going? It feels like a screwy finish is coming. This match for the TNA. Oh. AJ Francis. Top Dollar. No way. Top Dollar is in NXT. They might be flopping Dollar. A little flop Dollar reference there by Vic Joseph. And this is going to allow Trick to get the win. Boom, trick shot. 1, 2, 3. Shenanigans, my friend. There we go. Well, I wasn't expecting to see Top Dollar. The champ retains. It's quite good booking, honestly. It's good booking because he retains because of a TNA talent. So TNA just sort of screwed TNA in that way. Is this going to be a group or something? What's going on? Why are they all together? Are they all together? Is that like a thing? Is that a thing? Is this a thing? Is that a thing? Flop Dollar mention. Oh, look, I'm flipping. I'm really shocked at how the crowd have turned on Trick. He was so over. He was so loved. I mean, if you've turned him, you've turned him. It's been a bit of a slow road, but yeah. I sort of get his side. Trick's going to be saying, like, you know, you abandoned me. Fun watch every week. Love it. TNA screwed TNA. Yeah, it's clever booking because we said, didn't we? You've got to be careful, really, of not building up like big heat between. You don't want TNA fans hating NXT and not wanting to watch, and you don't want NXT fans hating TNA and then not wanting to watch, because that's defeating the object. The object is to have both brands working together so that fans watch both shows. So Trick has retained. He's done it in a screwy way, but he's done it in a way where it's TNA that have got to really blame themselves there. You know, or not blame themselves, but like the TNA fans, their anger is going to be a TNA superstar. Top Dollar, and I don't even know what the other guy was called. So it's kind of good. I didn't think the belt would change hands here because I think it should change hands on a TNA show. But Mike Santana really getting brilliant reactions. Brilliant reactions. Crowd was so with him. I remember you said hierarchy for wrestling shows was lame. AEW show, Evolve, then NXT, then Raw, then SmackDown. But where does TNA fall under it? It's not like many people see TNA. I remember you said hierarchy for wrestling shows was lame. I don't know what we mean by this. Do we mean like ranking different promotions? I don't know. I don't remember that conversation. In regards to where does TNA fall? Well, I think TNA is obviously at the NXT level. I mean, TNA and NXT, I think it, you know, being honest. I think TNA might be a touch below, and I'm basing that on views. I'm basing that on reach. WWE's developmental it's a massive promotion in its own right. I mean, honestly, NXT's developmental is some weeks outperforming AEW on a number point of view. So it's one of those where you might think that WWE's developmental is like really disrespectful, like, oh my God, like to say that's bigger than other promotions is really disrespectful. But just from a numbers point of view, it does really, really well. It does really, really well. It's a little bit like, saying that Man United's reserves are better than teams in League 2 or League 1. And they could be, although maybe they might not be, because Man United suck at the moment. So their reserves probably suck as well. But, like saying Liverpool's reserves or whoever are like really, really good. This is still WWE, and you've still got to be at a certain standard to compete. So honestly, I think this relationship for TNA is brilliant with NXT. Make no mistake about it. This is not TNA punching down. From a viewership point of view, this is them getting in bed with a promotion that's on TV in America that gets 600,000 views a week. I mean, it's really good. It's really, really good. So I hope this works really well for TNA. But I mean, look, we've just had Mariah May go, thanks AEW, but I'm going to go over here. And we've just had, Jordan obviously wanted to come over. She's come over from TNA. So to get to WWE, you have to go through NXT largely. And so I just see NXT as the welcome to WWE brand. I just see it as the reception. Like, hey, you want to come into the show? Well, go through NXT first. You want to come into the office? You got to go through the reception first. That's how I see NXT. So it's very close to a third brand in many ways, but just not quite there. So yeah, I mean, I think TNA's like right there alongside, maybe a little step below. But, with this relationship, we're trying to present it as 50-50. So, hope it works for them. I hope they're enjoying it. I hope TNA fans are enjoying it. I hope that it's being well received. I think we've had some fun moments from it. I really enjoyed that match. I think the whole Trick winning the title thing was interesting. And to be honest, I'm ready to sort of repay now. I'm sort of like, how do we do something for TNA now, I sort of feel like they've sent a lot of stars over. They allowed an NXT talent to win their title. So I'm at a point now where I feel like they should win one of our titles, Or there should be something that we, if they're going to put on a show, we should send them some big names. And actually, if, I don't know when Slammiversary is, but if Slammiversary is coming up, then, you send them Trick, send them Mariah May, send them some big names. I think, I would like to see TNA get even more out of this relationship. So I don't know if that answers the question. James said Santana and AJ Francis are in a feud on TNA, and the other guy is called KC Navarro. Thank you. So that might suggest then that Trick and AJ, I don't know if that's any sort of long-term thing, might just be a very short-term relationship, just while we're telling this story, but worth knowing. Gareth said NXT is way better than Raw and SmackDown and AEW. So really fun tonight. Really fun. King Yeti said, don't worry, Daze. We are going to renew your contracts. Thank you, King Yeti. Thank you. Do I deserve it? Probably not. But it's nice to know that I've got the confidence of some of you out there. Nine Dark Holiday said, I want an ultimate X match at Mania or SummerSlam. Hard. I don't know that it's that level. I think you could get an ultimate X match at Deadline or Stand and Deliver or something at the NXT level. I don't know that I see them doing one at a show on the main roster level. I don't know that I see that. I think if they were going to do it, they would do it at NXT level. Imagine OTC popping up at a TNA TV taping. That would be nice. That's even bigger than I was even thinking, but you know what? That would be quite nice. Yeah, AJ Styles going back there as well, things like that. That would be good. I think honestly, they've done a lot for NXT. They, they've even allowed, I think allowing your top championship to switch hands like that is like, they've really won a lot of goodwill from me, a lot of respect from me. I mean, honestly, I didn't hate them, but I wasn't crazy about them when we started this relationship. And they were just sort of there, and, I wished them all the best, but I wasn't engaging in watching. And I still don't, to be honest, but they've won a lot of goodwill with me. Like, I feel nothing but good vibes about TNA. And honestly, it's so strange because the way that I would describe TNA was that back in the day, it was like AEW. It was seen as a bit of a threat, and it wasn't really spoken about in WWE. And, kind of a lot of that anti-AEW stuff you see on social media, like AEW botches and things like that, that was kind of existing for TNA. And TNA, if ever there was like the Jeff Hardy incident or, any of the other kind of Shamel match and, all these kind of bad moments in their history, they would be shared and like, oh my God, have you seen what they're doing over there? And they would be discredited. And I think it really hurt their reputation because, when you thought of TNA, you thought of a company that was, I don't think really coming for WWE's crown, but was, a threat at times in the past. They were getting some of the numbers TNA was getting back in the day were big, and they had Hogan over there at one point and Flair over there at one point and Foley over there at one point. Kurt Angle went over there at one point. So to sort of make out that this promotion was never a threat or anything like that wouldn't be accurate. And so you sort of see them as, well, you keep a distance. I sort of kept a distance. I was sort of like, it's a bit like AEW now. I watched it. It wasn't for me. And so now I sort of keep a distance. There's no ill will. There's no problems. But everything I'm seeing with how AEW being treated is what I have seen previously with TNA. So it is so weird to now be working with them and to actually feel like warmth towards them and all of that stuff. Like that's a big change. It's a big change. The best way I could describe it would be, imagine if we now started working with AEW and imagine then feeling like warmth towards AEW, which for many of you is easy to think. But for me, having now not watched AEW for a year and a half and, not feeling any kind of warmth towards them, no connection towards them, I don't feel any desire to watch them. There's some stars there that I like, but I don't feel any desire to watch. People ask like, "Oh, are we doing Double or Nothing?" I don't even know when the shows are. People are like, "Are you doing All In, All Out?" I don't even know when they're on. I don't go out of my way to search this stuff. It's just it honestly may as well not exist. So if WWE started working with them now, and I was to start watching them, I think you could understand it being a bit at first. And then hopefully you feel some warmth towards them. And I think that's the kind of journey I've been on with TNA, is that at first I was like, okay, I like Jordan Grace. And I was like, yeah, okay. But the more we've been doing it, and certainly I think the Trick winning their title and, where we are now, I feel good vibes for them, goodwill towards them. I'm at the point where I'm like, yeah, have flipping Roman show up on their show. Have AJ Styles go over there. Do you know what I mean? Like, help him out. We've had this relationship where, okay, you do this for you, we'll do that for you. No. But I'm kind of at the point now where I'm like, there you go. I mean, WWE can do so much. They could have flipping Becky Lynch rock up over there. They could do anything. Do you know what I mean? They've got so many cards to play. They could really, and this is why for TNA, it's such a great relationship. Even just being with NXT and getting your stars on NXT. And look at us having this conversation right now. You know, we wouldn't be talking about TNA right now, but we're talking about it. And I'm even talking about having warmth towards it. So, like, do you know what I mean? It is working. And it could get even better for them as well. So, yeah, it's good. I think it's working really well. Jim said TNA under Dixie did make a ton of mistakes. Under Anthem Sports, TNA is on the right path. Nathan said, how about some from TNA winning the North American Championship or the NXT title? That could be enough as like a repayment. Yeah, I don't mind that. Honestly, at first, when this relationship started, if you'd have told me a TNA talent winning an NXT title, I would have been a bit, I don't really like it. But yeah, I think like that was a bit of a... I think that trick moment is a really big moment, you know, because maybe I'm making a big deal out of nothing, but obviously if you watch both brands, you're going to feel different. But I'm coming at this from an NXT fan point of view. And so for me, I'm sort of like, well, they've been very kind there in allowing that. And obviously it's in their interest to allow it as well. But, you know, you got to be very delicate, careful with these things. And so I think that was, you know, respect. It's respect, in it. It's about respect. And they've been very respectful. I think we are hopefully being respectful. And yeah, there's some real goodwill there. So yeah, if one of their stars won the North American title, great. I mean, obviously, depends who it is, how we feel about it. But yeah, I would have no problem with that. If they were to have a team win the tag belts, no problem with that. Even if they won the NXT championship, as long as it was someone deserving, you know, as long as it was someone that was good, I could get with that. You know, like if that Josh Alexander was still around, he was a great talent. If he won the NXT title, I could vibe with that. No problem. I'm still not a crazy Joe Hendry fan, to be honest. So, but that's not a TNA thing. That's just like, I find Joe Hendry to be very, he just doesn't do it for me. And again, I'm not being a hater. It's just not for me. I think it would, it's a difficult one, the Joe Hendry one. We're not going to get into that conversation, but if that gimmick had started in NXT, I do wonder if I'd be like on board with it, if I'd been there from the start. I don't know the answer to that. I can only react to what I see now, and it's like I've just seen Mike Santana there, and I think he's great, and I really enjoyed his work, and I could see myself being a fan of that, and like he'd got the crowd fired up and really good. And Jordan Grace, I was a fan of her. I really like her, and I think is it Ace Austin that I've seen as well that I really like. He was good. So there's definitely people there that I like, but then I see Joe Hendry and I'm like, that doesn't land for me. Like that one's not working for me personally. So yeah, I don't know. It would depend who it was as to how I would feel about it, but no issue with TNA talent popping in, coming in, winning belts. I feel like we're in a really good place with that relationship now. I think we're in a really good place. That was a walk, wasn't it? Let's end this poll. And let's start thinking of getting out of here after what has been a very emotional day, very emotional journey. It's been a very wild ride. 10 and 2. James said, Brony is trying to say that WrestleVotes are saying that Mariah May is likely to get a new name. It was interesting, wasn't it, how she didn't say her name. And so, yeah, I could believe that. That's interesting, Brony. James, thank you. Jim said TNA is getting more out of the partnership than WWE. TNA got out of the partnership with AEW. Okay. Yeah. So they're getting more out of it with WWE than they got out of it. Well, that's good. That's good. I really hope this works for everyone, obviously. It's in everyone's interest that this works. It's in TNA's interest. It's in WWE's interest. It's in the superstars' interest. Literally, it's in everyone's interest. Maybe it's not in AEW's interest, but it's in everyone's interest that this relationship works. So, good. So far, so good, I would say. Joe said Joe Hendry needs to be stronger. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, all I would say is that he's very popular. He is over. There is nothing that I would change particularly because, I mean, it's working, isn't it? He's over. He's got this connection with the fans, and it's absolutely undeniable. It is working, and yeah, great. Well done. I mean, like, it's a difficult one because I am in the minority. Like, it's a difficult one because sometimes when we have conversations, you might be in the majority, you might be in the minority. This is one that I know I'm like in the corner with like maybe one or two other people, and the vast majority are going, "You're wrong." And it's like, I know that. I know people are saying that. I'm okay with that. And that's it. So it's like I wouldn't particularly change anything because, like, if you change stuff, you might lose that connection with the fans. So it's a hard one. This would be impossible for me to book. Impossible. This is where, if you was on creative, this is where it gets challenging. Imagine you don't quite see it and you then have to book it. Imagine that. Not even Joe Hendry, anything, right? You don't quite get it, and now you're in charge of presenting it. Like, that would be hard, wouldn't it? That would be difficult. Imagine you didn't believe in Tiffany, and you didn't see what was so special about her, and then all of a sudden you got to start booking her, and you've got to now try and continue doing what she's doing and even expand upon it and create new things, but still in the same sort of vein, and you don't really believe in it anyway, but you're the one that's got to book it. Like, that's hard. There might have been, I'm sure that's happened many times in the creative room. Many times. I'm sure there's many occasions where people are like, I just don't know. I just don't know where to start with this. Imagine, like, thinking the Undertaker gimmick was rubbish. Like, do you know what I mean? This doesn't work. And then you have to book him. And you'd be like, okay, how do I do this? Like, fans are loving it, so you can't really change it, but you've got to book more of it, and it's like, oh, yeah. I bet that's a very interesting dilemma. I don't think we'll see anything like that in this new show. You know, that WWE behind-the-scenes show? What's it called? Unreal, something like this. That's coming in the summer, isn't it? I'd love to see a dilemma like that. I'd love to see something like that. Like, I don't think we'll go that far. I don't think that Unreal is going to be... I don't know that it's going to reveal that much. But it's going to show you, like, what they said in Guerrilla at the time. It's going to show you a few little glimpses in the writer's room as they're throwing a few thoughts around. But I'd love to get stuck in a bit more, to be honest. Yeah, very interesting. Daze, Hall of Fame announcement. Yes, James! Yes! You're right! Oh, my God! We might have been on the verge of clicking off there. Hall of... I don't even know. I haven't looked. I have not looked. Here we go. We're going to find out together. Right. me. Right. Here we go, then. Wow. This is official, by the way. What I'm about to say makes it official. We said winner gets announced on the NXT stream. And we are sat here right now, literally about to click off. And so I can officially announce, going into the Hall of Fame for the month of May, congratulations to the runners-up. Congratulations to those that were nominated but didn't quite make it. And those people are Wes. Congrats, bud. Nita Nitro. Congrats, bud. It's Bryn again. Congrats, bud. Just falling short. But to get nominated, come on. Out of all the people that join us, I mean, we've had so many people on this stream, and this is an NXT stream. This is the developmental thing. Think of all the people that join us to get down to the final four. I hope you're giving yourselves a well-deserved pat on the back. And just like we've seen before, you will come back again. And I'm sure your time is coming. But on this occasion, they have fallen short because I don't think it's unfair to say, although I'm sure some of you might say, I don't think it's unfair to say a very, very, very deserving person is about to go in. Someone that has been with this community for a long time. Someone that has been very active in this community. Someone that has provided a lot of laughs, a lot of smiles, a lot of anger, a lot of tears, a lot of frustration, but a lot of joy. You never know what you're going to get from this guy, but I am genuinely very, very pleased. Very, very pleased to say, Edward, you are taking your rightful place inside the Wrestling Daze Community Hall of Fame. So, Edwards, you've done it. It's deserved. I am genuinely very, very pleased for you. All banter and joking aside, you deserve it. And many congratulations. So, Edwards, you've done it, my friends. You are in. And a black screen followed by confetti raining down as Edward Brown makes his way into the Community Hall of Fame. Do you know what? You like to see OGs get in their shine, and there are many of you that are not in yet that deserve to go in, right? Make no mistake about it. There is a list I could probably write of 100 names of OGs, if not more, that deserve to go in. But this is about acknowledging that an OG, someone that's been with the channel a long time, someone that is ever present, contributes a lot, loves the community. It's about acknowledging that one of those people is going in for the month of May. And love that. Love that. You deserve it, buds. You deserve it. James said Edward can finally stop paying people now. Yes. Yes. We are shutting that. We are shutting that down. So, Edward, send me a picture, buds. We'll put it in the video, of course. And I know that you are not shy about talking. So if you want to send a video of you saying a few words, I will happily play that on a stream. We can do that on Friday on the SmackDown stream. Or I can read something out if you'd rather I read it. But, well, it's up to you. I know you're not shy, so if you want to send a video, I'll play it. Try and keep it a couple of minutes, yeah. No one needs 20-minute flipping War and Peace. But, I think people will be more than happy to hear a few words, so... Yeah, ping me a picture over and you deserve it. You deserve it. Oh my God, it's still going. Look at this. Look at this. Mr. B said, I can report that Edward paid me $1. It pays off. Daze, can we let the Carmen Live 2 back in the live chats? They're not coming through. I might go to wrestling events. What, Carmen Live 2 isn't showing? No one would have banned Carmen Live 2. No, I haven't. I swear I haven't. I mean, I don't ban people. I mean, we joke and we time people out, but we don't ban people. Well, why would Carmen Live 2 not be showing? I don't know. I don't know what's happened. I don't know if anything's gone down, but I am not aware of anything. 20 minutes to read War and Peace. That's quite a speed read, said Jim. That is true, actually. It is a very long book. Right, with that being said, I am going to go. We need to do Unseen, and as much as it's nice to celebrate Edward, I'm definitely done with that now. So, right, there we go. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it as always, and I will see you tomorrow. We're back for Evolve. Don't forget, we're going to crown the Evolve men's champion, the male champion. We're going to do that tomorrow. And I'm trying to think what else we've got coming up. Obviously, SmackDown. I need to do a prediction. Oh, God, I've got so much work to do. Right, thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate it as always. See you next time. Bye for now.